The
I'm
record
hitting
button.
record. The show hasn't started yet, though. We haven't
Okay.
started. Still hasn't started. This is not the show.
Then you should put it on YouTube if it's not the show.
It's not the show. This is the pre-show. This is the warm-up before the pre-show, actually. Now I think we might be on YouTube, but we're still in pre-show. We're tailgating right now, getting prepped. I think we're on now. My back is out. Did you lose your back, Dan?
Yes, I lost my back shoveling last week. Monday most of the day, and then Tuesday morning or Tuesday evening after work. Lots of shoveling.
Lower back pain or?
Yep.
Yeah, I have a lower back pain.
And all the muscles in my body that I don't use regularly.
And I'm on muscle relaxers.
You have no coffee. You're on muscle relaxers.
No coffee, no muscle, no, can't think straight. But you know what? The shit must go on.
How are you going to make it to the end of your own show?
I'll do some cat naps. All right. Should we start the show?
Do it.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go. The show still has not started yet, folks. Not yet.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Achoo! Achoo! Welcome to the mop-up for January 24th, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 31 degrees and cloudy. I have back pain, lower back pain, but I am going to soldier through this. I am. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be with us later on tonight. I love my audience, but I hate my friends. My friends do nothing for me. My friend Howie goes to a psychiatrist. He's been going for 20 years. He's got the money. He's got the time. This morning, I said, Howie, you're going to your shrink. I don't have the money. I don't have the time. Just a quick question for your shrink. Run it by him or her. It's none of my business. Just run this question by your shrink. Ask him or her for me, just a quick question. And he says, no, he's not going to do it. He's not going to ask a quick question so I could get on with my life. All I want to know is why? Why do I insist that any woman I'm about to make love to must wear my mother's clothing, her jewelry, and perfume? That's all I want to know. A simple answer to a quick question, but Howie won't do it for me. Would not do it, and that's why I don't like my friends, because they don't do anything for me. Simple question. Well, I don't know if you subscribe to Apple TV, but given the way this show is shaping up today, you might want to give it a try and maybe come back in a few hours. Apple TV Denzel is starring in Macbeth. I don't know if you have Apple TV, but Denzel Washington is starring in Macbeth, and it's incredible. Macbeth, streaming on Apple. And I salute Apple for resisting the temptation to call it Shakespeare's I Macbeth. See, that's why I never made it in show business, because if I were an executive, I would have been pushing and fighting for I Macbeth. I would say it's Apple TV, call it, instead of Macbeth, call it I Macbeth. Thank you for the coffee, Leslie. I would have preferred a coffee enema, but this will make do, and that doesn't get tired, that joke. The fact that I think it's a joke is what's so sad. Yes, Apple TV's I Macbeth. The iMac comes in all different colors, and now with Denzel playing the part, so does Macbeth. So go with it, the I Macbeth. Not written by the bard, but the genius bard. Yeah, I'm on muscle relaxers, folks. Don't blame me. Blame the tension in my life that has caused me to be on muscle relaxers since Friday night. My back went out. I have severe lower back pain, and because I internalize my grief. I try not to. I'll talk about that in a second, but there's a lot of grief going on. A lot of people passed away this month, and I don't cry. I keep my grief all inside, and that's the cause of my lower back pain. And so I keep it all inside. I have lower back pain and shredded pillows all over the apartment, because that's how I deal with grief. I bite into pillows and rip them apart, leave the stuffing scattered around the place, and then I pee on the bed. I learned this from my dog, and it works. Whenever I'm sad or scared, I shred pillows and pee everywhere. And honestly, it worked a lot better when I didn't live alone. It's not working for me anymore. That's why I'm on muscle relaxers. When I lived with people and shredded pillows and peed on the bed, it helped me deal with insecurity and grief. Now, most women, they don't want to live with a guy who shreds pillows when he's nervous and pees on the bed, because most women don't like dogs. They prefer cats. Well, it's scary outside. It's cold, and I'm losing friends, relatives. We all are. Celebrities we love. And I hate this uncertainty, and shredding pillows and peeing on the bed. It doesn't cut it for me the way it once did. So what does help, muscle relaxers seem to be helping, although it's not relaxing. It's only relaxing one muscle that I need. I'm talking about my brain. You people have a dirty mind. In times like these, it's important to remind ourselves to focus on who's really important. And by that, I mean the people we hate. I thought long and hard over this weekend, and there's a lot of sadness and grief, but I realized, and I recommend this for everybody, I realized that I am so blessed that I have a little podcast where I can acknowledge all the people who have hurt me over the decades. And, you know, you're all important to me. All the people who have disappointed me and let me down, humiliated me. I remember all of you, and you're all special, especially at times like these. Some of you hurt me in a big way, some ex-wives, some bosses, audience members. I remember every single one of you. But then there are also the little slights that I remember, these little acts, small acts of hatred that are so important. And those little small acts of hatred, those slights that you think don't make a big difference in a man's life, but they do. They do. That young couple at Starbucks asking me to sit on a chair and let them sit at the table because Why do I need a table? Why am I hogging a table if I'm all alone? That was November 3rd, 2007, Starbucks, the farmer's market on Fairfax. And I still remember how good looking and young that couple was. And when I refused politely to give up my table, I remember how the guy, very young and handsome, I remember he rolled his eyes at me to suggest I'm a loser. Now, I don't know your name, but I remember you. A day doesn't go by that little act of hatred on your part stays with me. And I remember you, and I every day I think of you and wish your pretty little face gets ravaged by dear chlamydia. That's what I just fantasize, that this good-looking young stud with that beautiful woman who wanted my table at Starbucks and rolled his eyes at me. I wish right now that his face gets ravaged by dear chlamydia. Sometimes I imagine his face covered in furry boils that leak. And that's what helps us get through times like these, remembering the people we hate. These are sad times, and I am grateful for all the people I loathe and root against, and all the people who hurt me in the past. I remember them all, and they provide comfort to me. They get my heart beating in the morning. I count them, trying to fall asleep. Some people count sheep. I count the slights. Since the doctor slapped me on the butt, I remember him, Dr. Stone. I remember every slight. And this is important to remember because we're losing a lot of dear friends and loved ones and celebrities who we adored. Friends, celebrities, they disappear, they disappoint, they depart, but enemies stay with us forever. The construction worker who cut me off on the Bay Bridge in San Francisco, March 11th, 1995. And then this construction worker gave me the finger and told me to F off. I think about that construction worker every day. Bay Bridge, San Francisco, 1995. And I fantasize about what I should have done, how I should have sped up after he cut me off and just started ramming him from behind and just honking my horn and ramming him from behind, saying, take that, construction worker. I'm banging into you from behind. How does that feel, Mr. Construction Worker? Who's the man now? Who's the alpha dog now? Actually, that wasn't the construction worker. That was the Indian chief. It was the Indian chief who cut me off, not the construction worker. The point is, people come and go. I thought it was the construction worker. It's funny how the mind plays tricks on you. I always thought it was the construction worker, but it was the Indian chief. The point is, people come and go, but memories of people you hate, people you want to get even with, they live forever. That club owner in Houston, Texas, who only paid me half because even though it was a packed house, he insisted I was not funny, and that meant he lost repeat customers. He only paid me half because he said everybody who came to the club last night, half of them are never going to come back because of you. And he humiliated me to my face, and he wouldn't pay me what he owed me. And so a day doesn't go by that I don't think about Russ Nazarian. Big Russ. I heard Big Russ passed away, the club owner, Big Russ Nazarian, but he's still with me. I hate you, Big Russ. I do. I think about what I should have said to you. Every night, sometimes I fantasize stealing something from the club. You only paid me half, I'm going to steal a martini shaker or two, or your blender to get even with Big Russ Nazarian. And then there's his little son, Little Russ Nazarian. He had a son who I remember, hung out, little Russ Nazarian, and I see that he's still alive, and I hate him just as much as I hate Big Russ Nazarian. I hate Little Russ. I follow Little Russ Nazarian on Facebook, and I saw last week, this is good news, his wife's stepmother is in the hospital. Little Russ didn't say what she's in the hospital for, but hey, Little Russ, thoughts and prayers. You got my thoughts, and you got plenty of my prayers. You're in my thoughts and prayers, Little Russ Nazarian, idiot son of Big Russ Nazarian. Your dead father was a piece of shit, and a day doesn't go by that I don't think of him or you, and this is what it's all about. I feel much better. This is how I grieve, because there's a lot of sadness right now. And remember, all of you, take from this. You remember to keep the ones you hate deep in your heart. They are sacred. Big Russ Nazarian, owner of Nazarian's Laugh Complex in Houston, Texas, never paid his taxes. He cheated on his wife with all the waitresses, and his collection of men's muscle magazines bordered on the perverse. His son, Little Russ Nazarian, owns and operates Little Russ Nazarian's car wash in Butte, Montana. And he too, like his dad, is a piece of shit. And Little Russ Nazarian's car wash in Butte, Montana is a money laundering operation for the Sonora drug cartel, because there's no way Little Russ is staying in business running a car wash. And Little Russ, just like Little Russ' mother, is a cross-eyed witch, and your kids are stupid and ugly, Little Russ Nazarian. Well, we lost the loaf. It was a rough weekend. Maybe that's why my back pain hurt so much. I was internalizing the death of the loaf. What a guy, Meatloaf. Pro-Trump, big Trump supporter, anti-vax mandate, anti-mask mandate. You know, a couple of 100 pounds overweight, not much. And he was 75 years old, suffering from severe asthma, dead from COVID. Who would believe it? Who would believe it? Just shocking. Meatloaf, dead, a 75-year-old asthmatic who was only a couple 100 pounds overweight, anti-mask, anti-vax, dead from COVID. You know, it reminds me of the randomness of it all. Just anyone can die from COVID. So why worry about it? Why, it's just random. Why social distance? Why wear a mask? Why get a booster? Just enjoy life, because COVID, it's just random. I mean, it's so random that an overweight man in his 70s suffering from severe asthma, who was anti-vax, anti-mask, would die from COVID. This should remind all of us that we can't trust the scientists. Everything the CDC and Fauci tell us is completely wrong. I mean, when a perfectly healthy, morbidly obese senior citizen suffering from severe asthma, a man in the prime chuck of his life, like Meatloaf, a man who doesn't believe in mask mandates or vaccines, dies from COVID, all I can say is do your own research. Do what Meatloaf did. Trust your gut, because the scientific community does not know what it is talking about. You're on your own. The loaf, dead from COVID. And again, that should serve as a reminder to us all of the randomness of this virus. It can kill anyone. Anyone. You never know who it's going to strike down. So cherish these moments and live life to your fullest. The good news is Meat had a family. I called him Meatloaf. Meat's family was by his side when he died. And because of that, a huge part of Meatloaf lives on inside of them, because it turns out, I'm not making this up, they all tested positive for COVID. So this is true. His family caught COVID from him, so he's still with them. Meatloaf, very vocal opposition to masks, not sleep apnea masks, no, those he supported, so long as they weren't mandated by the government. And again, the randomness of COVID. I just can't believe a severely asthmatic, overweight man in his mid-70s who opposed masks and vaccines would die from COVID. Again, it can happen to anyone. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, but Meatloaf died 2 weeks before the release of his new album, Bat Out of Wet Market. Bat Out of Wet Market. Okay, I'm on muscle relaxers. Eric Clapton today doubled down on his anti-vax stance. He said, once again, that he was opposed to vaccine mandates. He said that vaccines are dangerous because Eric Clapton doesn't believe in shooting anything into his arm unless it's first been heated in a spoon. Look, folks, don't hate Eric Clapton because he's anti-vax. Hate him because he's anti-Muslim, because he's anti-immigrant. Speaking of people who are anti-Muslim, Bill Maher Friday night said he's done with COVID. There's a pattern here. Very rich old racists opposing vaccines. I guess it has something to do with not wanting to give everyone a shot in life. That joke is so bad, I can't believe Bill Maher didn't tell it. Bill hates the vaccine. He hates wearing the masks. This is what he said Friday. He hates being forced to get vaccinated. He hates the ID cards. Bill Maher says he doesn't think COVID is all that virulent. And judging by his attacks on Muslims, Bill Maher is an expert on virulence. He is a virulent racist, so he would know whether or not COVID is all that virulent. Well, should we trust Bill Maher's medical knowledge? Yes, we should. We should trust Bill Maher and his medical knowledge, especially because half the strippers he dates dress like nurses. And it's those strippers who dress like nurses who really know their stuff. The strippers who dress like doctors, they're the prima donnas. They don't know what's really happening with the patients. But you talk to the strippers who dress like nurses, they have firsthand experience with the patients. And so we should listen to Bill because half the women he dates are strippers who dress like nurses. So we should get all our medical advice from Bill Maher, who answers the age-old question, if syphilis could talk, what would it say? Bill said we shouldn't worry about COVID Friday night because it only kills old people, which might explain why the audience for Real Time with Bill Maher keeps shrinking and shrinking. I don't know, Bill, you may want to keep old people alive. Bill Maher said we're overreacting to COVID because it only kills people who are unhealthy. It only kills people who have a comorbidity. And he blames comorbidities on our lifestyle. So COVID, he believes, in the end, is about personal responsibility. But wearing a mask or getting a booster isn't personal responsibility. That's a choice. And if someone who's unvaccinated sneezes on me, that's his choice to give me COVID. And it's my personal responsibility to, well, I don't know. I guess that's why nobody's giving me my own show on HBO. Bill Maher must know more if HBO has given him a show. And that's why I don't say HBO should ever cancel Bill Maher. I am not saying HBO should cancel Bill Maher. I don't approve of cancel culture. I don't. Just because Bill Maher says horrible racist things about Arabs and Muslims and gives millions of Americans license to hate on Muslims just because he spreads misinformation about COVID and people die from misinformation. I would never suggest that HBO cancel Bill Maher, because HBO should not participate in the cancel culture. If HBO stands for anything, it is not canceling shows. Nobody on TV should ever be canceled. Do not cancel Bill Maher just because he facilitates Muslims getting beaten up. HBO should not cancel him because Bill Maher does not reflect the views of HBO. No. The views of HBO are, let's turn our channel over to someone who spews hatred against Muslims and misinformation about COVID. What he says in no way reflects the views of HBO. We just believe in turning our channel for an hour over to somebody who hates Muslims and spews misinformation about COVID. It's not HBO's fault. You can't hold HBO accountable for the Muslims who get beaten up because Bill Maher spews hatred against them. You can't hold HBO accountable for the people who will die because Bill Maher trivializes vaccines. That's not HBO's responsibility. If you think so, you're part of the cancel culture, and TV networks don't cancel shows or people. They're not in the business of canceling someone because it's not good for the brand. HBO doesn't care about their brand. They just care about giving Bill Maher a platform. It's like me having a party, and there's a guest at my party. I have a dinner party, and I have a guest who is loudly insulting Muslims, saying that practicing Muslims are violent because Islam is a violent religion. Kind of the stuff Bill says over and over again, that Islam is a violent religion. And my dinner party guest, somebody like Bill Maher sitting at the table, is getting his facts wrong about COVID. It would be wrong for me to send him home from my party. That's kind of like HBO. It would be wrong because my guests, I have no responsibility to the guests at the dinner table or children. That's not what we do. Because Bill Maher, my dinner guest, what he says in no way reflects who I am. The fact that I'm feeding him, letting him talk over and over, hog the conversation in front of my friends or their children, and I'm being polite to him, that in no way reflects my values. You shouldn't judge me by the people I surround myself with. That's why HBO, I would never want them to cancel Bill Maher just because he has an hour each week to call Islam a violent religion and trivialize vaccines. That's not a reflection of HBO. And so it's the same thing with my dinner party. If Bill is my guest at my dinner party and he convinces a few of my guests to hate Muslims, maybe not hire Muslims, beat Muslims up, persecute Muslims, if he convinces a few of my guests not to get vaccinated and they die and spread the disease, that is not my responsibility. It's not my fault that I introduced him to my friends. It's out of my hands. I can't control who I invite to my dinner parties. I don't cancel people, and neither does HBO. And it's not for us to judge. In America, everyone has the right to say whatever they want about Muslims, about vaccines. What we don't have is the right to speak up against what they're saying. This is America. You have the right to say whatever you want with no consequences. Otherwise, It's canceled. The cancel culture wins. Bill Maher should be allowed to call Islam a violent religion. But nobody has the right to say he shouldn't say that. Nobody has the right to correct him. Nobody has the right to hold HBO accountable for the things someone says about Islam. No, he should just be allowed to say whatever he wants. And he should be allowed to give out misinformation about vaccines. People should be allowed to say whatever they want, wherever they want, even if it gets people beaten up and killed. And HBO, we have no right to maybe cancel our subscription and complain to HBO, because that's cancel culture, and that's wrong. So Bill Maher said on Friday, COVID isn't so bad, and we need to put it into perspective. Okay, we're coming up on 900,000 Americans dead from the virus. So let's put that into perspective. And when you do that, Bill Maher is absolutely right, because 900,000 doesn't come anywhere close to the millions of Americans who are brain dead from watching Bill Maher. Do you realize there are people who get their news from Bill Maher? The billions that HBO makes each year, but not a penny for a legitimate nightly news program. Maybe Vice, maybe the billions of dollars, but no responsibility for the truth. John Oliver is the closest they have to that. HBO says it's important that Bill Maher speak his mind. Well, if that's your mind speaking, Bill, maybe cut down on those aluminum supplements you're taking. Unbelievable that you can say what you're allowed to say in America and what you're not allowed to say in America. Well, Joe Biden is now saying he's thinking, I doubt it. He's thinking about sending our troops to Ukraine. Wow. What are the odds that we're about to go to war in Ukraine? What are the odds? Build Back Better, dead. Voting rights, dead. And suddenly we're going to war. I mean, what are the odds that a president turns to war when his domestic agenda stalls? Who could have predicted that? Well, most of my listeners. Here's where character counts. Professor John Bick and I have argued about character. And I say character counts because the world is very complicated and we need leaders who we can trust to untangle it all for us. And Joe Biden lacks character. Again, I would vote for him over Trump. But Joe Biden lacks character, and I don't trust him or his White House when it comes to Ukraine. This entire White House, from Jen Psaki, the press spokesman, to Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, they are war profiteers. I will bring this up again. There is a reason Joe Biden got an introduction from David Rubenstein, head of the Carlyle Group, to use his home for Thanksgiving, because David Rubenstein is the biggest war profiteer in America, if not the world. Our foreign policy is in the hands of former lobbyists from West Exec, and that means they all worked for the military-industrial complex before they worked for Joe Biden. Look up West Exec, founded by our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, Jen Psaki, a partner with West Exec. They all work for the military-industrial complex, which is worried because Afghanistan, that show is over. Our 20-year war against terror winding down. We spent $14 trillion, and $7 of those trillion went to the people Anthony Blinken and Jen Psaki lobby for. We have a new Pentagon budget, and it got a bump. You know, the peace dividend, well, there wasn't a peace dividend. We gave more money to the Pentagon to pass along to the weapons manufacturers to tide them over until we can find our next war or threat of war. Threat of war is just as good as a war. So we need an enemy. We need an enemy to keep our war economy going. And now the enemy is Putin, and we have to protect Ukraine. Again, we don't need to go to war in Ukraine. We just need a new hotspot to justify spending billions and billions and billions more on equipment. Somehow that doesn't cause inflation. Somehow nobody remembers the massive inflation caused by the Vietnam War. Military spending doesn't cause inflation, but making sure that the 52% of American children who live in poverty get $300 a month, that causes inflation. That we have to get rid of. That's the genius of the military-industrial complex. That's either the genius of the military-industrial complex or the stupidity of the American people, that we have been convinced to bankrupt ourselves on enemies who don't exist just so we can buy weapons that don't work, that don't work, that we don't need. But let's get scared about Ukraine. Let's get distracted about Ukraine, because one thing is for certain: whenever there's a war, both parties come together. That's what doesn't bring America together, but it brings both parties together when we have to go to war, because both parties work for the military-industrial complex. That's what unites us, spending money on weapons. So let's get scared, because Putin has amassed more than 100,000 troops on the Ukrainian border. And wow. You know, Professor Ben Burgess taught me, he said, whenever anybody says socialism and communism has failed everywhere they've tried it, when somebody says that, you say, well, capitalism has failed everywhere they've tried it. Soviet Union fell in 1991, Christmas of 1991, I can't remember. So they've had, close to 30 years with American-style capitalism. I know it's American-style capitalism because we've been laundering their money for the past 30 years. How come nobody says, capitalism, we tried it in Russia and it failed, and now they're our enemy, and they're amassing troops on the Ukrainian border, or they're trying capitalism now, some hybrid form of capitalism in China. It's not working. How come nobody ever says capitalism fails everywhere they tried? Because this isn't about capitalism. America isn't about capitalism. It's about 0.01% of American families controlling all the wealth and funneling a lot of it into bombs. This isn't capitalism. We're being told now we have to spend billions on weapons to protect Ukraine. Let's sell them more weapons. Let's sell those F-16s to Turkey so they don't end up buying the F-16s from Russia, because we need Turkey to be part of our alliance, which is bullshit. What we really need is Turkey buying weapons from us and not the Soviet Union, or Russia. I'm sorry, Russia. Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Now it's Russia. Do you trust Joe Biden? Do you trust Joe Biden? All war is a lie. You cannot go to war unless you lie to the American people. Joe Biden is a liar. Asking Joe Biden to tell the truth is like asking your coffee maker to fry an egg. He does not tell the truth. One of the reasons Joe Biden's domestic agenda has failed is because Joe Biden's word is not his bond. Joe Biden earlier this month spoke before an all-black audience in Georgia fighting for the voting rights bill. Once again, he lied. It was in front of a group of young African Americans. Once again, Joe Biden lied and insisted he had been arrested by the police in the 60s fighting for voting rights. This is a lie. He said it in front of young African Americans, impressionable. It sounded good, but it was a lie. It's a lie that the White House has had to walk back several times since he's been president. It's a lie that he keeps telling, that he was arrested fighting for equal housing and voting rights. It's a lie that his campaign has had to walk back since 1988 when he first ran for president and had to quit because of plagiarism. He cannot help himself. He likes to pretend he's Bernie Sanders, who was actually arrested in Chicago. There are pictures of Bernie Sanders getting arrested fighting for equal housing in Chicago. But Joe Biden won't stop saying he was arrested fighting or marching with Dr. King, fighting for or marching with Dr. King. He is an inveterate liar, and it's why he can't make a deal with the other senators in Washington, D.C. He can't be trusted. If you're a liar who will say anything to get elected, you will say anything to get your legislation passed. If you are willing to say to a black audience, if you're willing to lie to a black audience that you were arrested fighting for voting rights, what will you say to Manchin or Sinema? They know he's a liar. They know he doesn't keep his promises. I met Joe Biden in 2008, around then, and we actually talked. I was working on a television show as a comedy writer, and I ended up talking to Joe Biden. He talked at me for 2 hours. Not impressed. I ended up writing jokes for him, and I never got paid. But that's not why I don't like the man. I voted for him. But I remember listening to him talk at me for 2 hours and coming home kind of liking him, but he has what is called logorrhea, diarrhea of the mouth, and he just couldn't stop talking. And not only that, he wouldn't stop crapping on the Democrats. He's a Democrat, and he wouldn't stop crapping on other Democrats in the Senate, especially John Kerry, who had just lost the presidential race against George W. Bush. And Biden was one of his campaign chairs. He was a spokesman for Kerry, and all he did when he was talking to me was crap on on John Kerry. And I remember thinking, who would trust this guy? If he just met me and he's crapping on all his fellow Democrats, imagine what he's going to say about me. And they know this. And that's why he accomplished nothing in the Senate other than protecting the credit card companies. There's no great legislation that bears his name. He says he was instrumental passing the racist crime bill, but there's no piece of legislation that he was able to marshal through the Senate. Why would anybody think he could get legislation passed, make deals, if he's the president? He has no track record, and he can't do it. He can't make the deals. And that's because he's a liar. And Are you going to trust Joe Biden to take this country to war? By the way, I don't think we're going to war. I think we're just coming up with excuses to give more money to David Rubenstein, who is chairman of the Carlyle Group, who also runs the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Are you going to trust Joe Biden to take this country to war? A man who can't stop lying about his participation in the civil rights struggle. It's really offensive to lie about the sacrifices you made in the civil rights struggle, especially when you were against busing as a senator, especially when you got elected to the Senate as a segregationist. I find that really offensive. I find it really offensive as a Bernie supporter who we posted on the show the pictures of Bernie as a student getting arrested, fighting for black people, and having the nomination taken away from him and given to Joe Biden, who has stolen the valor of the people who really sacrificed for voting rights. It really is offensive. It is stolen valor to keep lying that you were arrested fighting for the right for black people to vote, fighting for equal housing. It's really offensive because that is one of the great sacrifices made by John Lewis, Martin Luther King, Bernie Sanders, not as much, obviously, but there were people who went down. The Freedom Riders, a lot of them were white, and they ended up getting beaten up and killed. It's stolen valor. It's repulsive. It is really offensive for Joe Biden to claim he was arrested for fighting for equal housing or getting black people the vote. It's really offensive that he keeps saying it. He gets called on it. He walks it back, and then he says it again. And now this guy is thinking about sending troops to Ukraine, and we're supposed to trust him. You know, I keep talking about bringing back the draft, and I really mean it. I do. And it's not just because I hate my children. I really think we need to bring back the draft. It's not a popular position, but I know that if we had a draft, we would not be spending all this money on weapons we don't need, and they wouldn't be able to scare us into fighting these wars that aren't necessary, when diplomacy will suffice. If we had a draft, you would care if your commander-in-chief lied or not. You would care if it was you know, if it was you or your son or daughter who was going to be sent to fight in Ukraine, you would vote more carefully for your commander-in-chief. You would pay attention to what he says, whether or not he can be trusted. Now, Beau Biden, very sad, left behind a widow, left behind children, served our country. From everything I read, he was a great man who tried to make it on his own, who tried to separate himself from the shadow of his father and did not have things handed to him to some degree. It's very dangerous in this country to talk about Beau Biden's service in the military. It's also very dangerous in this country to talk about Pete Buttigieg's service in the military because we don't have a draft. So anybody who wears the uniform automatically is a hero and is beyond reproach, and there isn't any possibility that they politicized their uniform. That's out of the question because only 1% of Americans participate in the military. And because of that, the transaction is no draft, but the 1% of the people who do serve, who volunteer, they are sacred heroes, and all of them, none of them can be criticized. And that's why we need to bring back the draft to prevent stolen valor. Now, Beau Biden is not guilty of stealing valor. His father steals Beau Biden's valor and talks about his son wearing the uniform. And again, Beau Biden passed away. And again, he was a great dad, a great husband, served our country. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Beau Biden. I don't know anybody who would say anything bad about Beau Biden. And I'm not saying anything bad about Beau Biden. I am criticizing his father stealing some valor about Beau. Joe likes to talk about Beau's military service. And when he does that, he does a disservice to the men and women who really served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Beau Biden, the truth is, and if we had a draft, it would be really easy to say this. The truth is, Beau Biden was a lawyer who then joined the Delaware National Guard and became a JAG officer. You don't go through basic training when you're a JAG officer. You are a lawyer who gets special treatment. You take a couple of exams and you're a JAG officer. He was sent to Kosovo after the war there, when Clinton was president, to work with judges. He was a lawyer who wore the uniform, and he worked with the judges, helped set up the judicial system in war-torn Kosovo. And then he got elected Attorney General of Delaware. Now, this is similar to Pete Buttigieg's service. Beau Biden got elected Attorney General of Delaware. And then, as Attorney General of Delaware, he deployed to Iraq as a JAG officer, where he served for a year, half the time while his father was vice president. So he did wear the uniform. He wore the uniform, but he was a lawyer. The son of the vice president, I believe half the time he spent in Iraq, he was the son of the vice president. And during that entire time he served as a JAG officer in Iraq, he was the Attorney General of Delaware. War hero, he was not, and he never claimed to be. He had political ambition, and so he served the National Guard more than I did. It's more than I did, and he went to Iraq as a JAG officer. War hero, he was not. And this is the problem with not having a draft, because we're not allowed to tell the truth about people's war records. We allow stolen valor. All you have to do is have worn the uniform, and it's like a priest garb. You're not allowed to be criticized. John Kerry got swift-boated in 2004 because he served in Vietnam when there was a draft. So a lot of kids came back and they remembered John Kerry's opportunistic, phony Brahmin accent. When he served in Vietnam, he had a Kennedy accent and had political ambitions. And a lot of the people who he served with saw that. They didn't trust him, and they were able to question his claims. I don't think it was fair that he got swift-boated when we had a certifiable draft dodger. He was running. I mean, George W. Bush dodged the draft and was AWOL. John Kerry got swift-boated. It was terrible what they did to him. But we were talking about a time when all Americans had to serve. And because of that, you could question the service. Like, what did you do during the war? Like, what did Dan Quayle do during the war? But without a draft, you can't question anybody's service. There's no draft. Anybody who stepped foot in Iraq or Afghanistan is a hero. But that would make Robin Williams and Al Franken heroes. They were, I think Robin, from what I understand, went to some outposts that Pete Buttigieg would never step foot in. I think there's some USO performers who were in more danger than Beau Biden and Pete Buttigieg. I know that about Robin. I know Robin would ask, take me wherever there are soldiers who are alone. And he didn't talk about this, but he went to places where it was dangerous, unlike Pete Buttigieg. But to say that, I'm disrespecting the troops. I'm disrespecting Beau Biden and Pete Buttigieg's valor. So again, not claiming, I'm not saying that Beau Biden stole any valor, but he went to Iraq as the Attorney General of Delaware, the son of the vice president. He worked as a JAG officer. He was a lawyer in Iraq. That's not the same thing as being a soldier. It doesn't require the same basic training. You don't end up in harm's way. And Joe Biden is very careful how he describes Beau's service. He kind of steals some valor. He never says his son was a lawyer in the military. He just says, my son served in Iraq. And we automatically assume that means he saw action, which I don't think he did. I don't think JAG officers, I don't think sons of vice presidents, I don't think attorney generals of Delaware serving in the National Guard as lawyers, they're not sent out on combat missions. They can get unlucky over there, but so can USO performers. So could Lisa Lampanelli. I think Lisa Lampanelli was probably in more danger spots than Pete Buttigieg and Beau Biden combined. And boy, that's sacrilege to talk that way, isn't it? Because there's no draft, and anybody who wore the uniform is a high priest. This is what the incredibly fraudulent Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, trades on. Because there is no draft, he is able to trade on his quote-unquote war record. He's able to use his quote-unquote war record for political expediency because he served in Afghanistan. I'll talk about his service. Thank you for your service, Pete Buttigieg. Anybody who wore the uniform and went to Afghanistan, you can't criticize them, and they can say whatever they want about their service. Well, Mayor Pete, he was Mayor Pete when he was deployed to Afghanistan. He was the mayor. He was the mayor, I believe, was South Bend, Indiana. And he was so busy being the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, that he deployed to Afghanistan as part of the National Guard. That's how important a job being the mayor of South Bend, Indiana is. And that's how important a job he had being deployed to Afghanistan, that he could also serve as the mayor of South Bend. He didn't go through basic training. He went to Afghanistan, and he had a cushy job pushing paperwork in Afghanistan behind, as they call it, the wire, behind the wire, using his experience as both a mayor and a former McKinsey consultant. We've talked about McKinsey. He was serving in the National Guard in Afghanistan, tracing American dollars, where American dollars were in Afghanistan. He wasn't going out to meet with tribal warlords. He was just auditing bank accounts behind the wire in Afghanistan. He never saw any action. According to his autobiography, he would chauffeur people around Kabul sometimes. That meant going outside the wire. And yes, it is dangerous to be outside the wire, not as dangerous for him as it is for the people who live in Kabul. And he can count the number of times he was outside the wire during his deployment, 119 times. He counted it. If he ran an errand in Kabul, that was his mission. Driving somebody to a meeting, that was one of his missions. Never saw any firefighting, never had to fire his weapon. He was running errands in Kabul, had plenty of time behind the wire to smoke cigars, hang out on the rooftop, and think. That's what he said in his autobiography. Never fired a weapon, never saw any action, but there's no draft. And he wore the uniform, so he's sacred. And he couldn't wait to tell everyone how he put his life on the line, risking everything when he deployed. Go watch him during the debates, how he shamelessly uses his military service and talks about how he was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. What a disservice to the soldiers and the USO performers who were outside the wire, going in helicopters to visit troops who were behind enemy lines. I can't speak for the troops, but I will speak for the USO performers, Mayor Pete. And I would say every USO performer saw more action in Afghanistan than you did. And you do a disservice to the soldiers who really served and who really died in Afghanistan. But he'll be running for president again on his war record. And, to accuse him of stolen valor, to ask him about his war record that he's so proud of, will be accused of swift boating him because, you're the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, who deploys to Afghanistan to be behind the wire, sit behind a desk, using your experience at McKinsey to trace American dollars on a computer screen. That doesn't make you a hero. It makes you a resume builder. There's a lot of money. We've talked about the trillions of dollars, right? $14 trillion wasted in Afghanistan and Iraq over this 20-year war on terror. $20 trillion wasted. And who do you think was making money off it? McKinsey. Of course, McKinsey was making money off it. He was building his resume. And most importantly, this is the real crime. He was proud of his service, and he says that the war in Afghanistan was righteous. That's the difference between John Kerry and Pete Buttigieg, who he said he thought about. In his autobiography, he talks about thinking about John Kerry and how he served in Vietnam. The difference is John Kerry, problematic as he is, threw his medals away in protest, testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee, spoke out against the Vietnam War when he came back. And he actually saw action and was wounded. Mayor Pete comes back from Afghanistan having seen no action, except for some video games he probably played on his computer. And he says Afghanistan was a righteous war. Even though every candidate who comes on this show running for office, I ask them the same question. Did Afghanistan attack us on 9/11? Did the Taliban attack us on 9/11? And every candidate who's vetted by Howie Klein, they all say no. We never should have gone to Afghanistan. Pete Buttigieg trades on his war record, which is negligible. He was safer than a USO performer, and says it was the right thing to do. We end up in these wars that destroy millions of lives because there's no draft. We end up in wars because of politicians who joined the National Guard for their street cred. They put on the uniform and they deploy to sit behind a desk in the green zone behind the wire just so they have enough valor and political cover to send real soldiers off to fight and die. You know, Pete Buttigieg wants to be commander-in-chief, and he'll say things like sending troops to die overseas is a solemn obligation that I take very seriously because I wore the uniform behind the wire playing video games, while real men and women, real soldiers, came home wounded with PTSD. Pete Buttigieg's war record is a joke. And you're no longer allowed to say something like that because when there's no draft, anyone who wears the uniform gets a participatory trophy. You're not allowed to ask questions, and that's dangerous because Pete Buttigieg, our current Secretary of Transportation, who is part of the Democratic Party's bench, he is taking advantage of the fact that there is no draft, so people are in awe of his service. Bad guy, Pete Buttigieg. And Joe Biden, bad. Bernie, great. Bernie Sanders, great. AOC, great. The Squad, great. Well, the stock market dropped at one point today more than 1,000 points, entering what is called a correction. They call it a correction. No, a correction would be an economy that made things instead of trading meaningless pieces of paper. The financial services industry is 1/4 of the world economy. 1/4 of the world economy is just trading pieces of paper, meaningless pieces of paper back and forth. It wasn't always this way. At the start of World War II, the financial sector was below 10% of America's economy. Today, when you factor in finance, banks, real estate, insurance, close to 1/3 of our economy is investing, is just investing money. And that's the money we know about. And this is not good. This is not good. The idea of investing, supposedly, is to put your money into businesses that will create other businesses, that will manufacture items, that will necessitate the manufacturing of more items, and then more businesses grow, and the economy grows because the more things we make, the more services we require, and that is a legitimate investment. If you believe in capitalism, if you believe in the language of money, this is a good thing. Jobs. But we now have a financialized economy. 1/3 of the economy is placing bets on the value of things. I think another third is our healthcare system, which is just fraud. Does anybody make an honest living in America? If you're working right now, think about what you do. Do you make an honest living? Is what you're doing Is it really necessary? Or the work they give you, the work they give you isn't necessary. But we have a financialized economy. 1/3 of this economy is placing bets on the value of things. Mortgages are now bundled into a security that is traded. Auto loans are now bundled into a security that is traded. When a company issues a bond, Goldman Sachs will allow investors to bet on the security of the bond. You can place bets on Wall Street on whether or not a company will default on a loan. This isn't regulated by the government. This is just done without any oversight, and there is no difference between what the financial sector does and what a casino does. It is the same thing. You can walk into a casino and place a bet on anything. They will find somebody who will make odds, make book for you. You can bet on who will win the midterms. You're not allowed to bet on presidential elections, I don't think, in America, but you can do it offshore. All I see now are commercials for online betting. Everybody's betting now. And these new trading apps are designed to look exactly like the betting apps. And there really is no difference between betting on the Rams or betting on Apple stock. You can bet on anything. And Wall Street, the way Wall Street generates all the profits, record profits this year, is they let people make bets on bonds and stocks, on commodities like orange juice. And then when they start to feel they might have made the wrong bet, they're offered an opportunity to offload the risk by making another bet to counteract it. That's what Wall Street is. It's men in $5,000 suits helping other men in $5,000 suits make a series of bets that will lower their exposure to risk. It creates nothing. It makes nothing. It helps no one, the same way casinos benefit no one. No one. The casinos, online betting, just sucks money out of the economy. Doesn't create jobs. It's a sickness. Gambling is a sickness. Wall Street is gambling, therefore it's a sickness. Every time these bets are made on Wall Street, and these trades, which are bets, billions, like $5-10 billion, $5-10 billion bets a day on Wall Street. They call them trades. Every time these bets are made, Wall Street, the casino, they get a percentage off the top. And it's really speculation, which is a dirty word. Speculation is dirty because it's gambling. So it's speculation. And the financial houses all get a piece of this speculation, but the government no longer does. We used to, for decades, starting in 1916, until the late 60s, America had what was called a financial transaction tax, right? It was also called a Robin Hood tax. Remember Robin Hood? He stole from the rich and gave to the poor. There was a tiny tax, it was below a percentage, on every trade on Wall Street because they wanted to slow down the trading. They doubled the tax when Roosevelt was president because they wanted to slow down speculation because it was careless and it caused the Great Depression. We got rid of the transaction tax, the financial transaction tax, the speculation tax. 29 countries still have it, including London, Hong Kong, Australia. They have something resembling a speculation tax. America does not. We have a tiny, tiny, tiny speculation tax. It's minuscule to fund the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Trading Commission. They regulate Wall Street, but it's infinitesimal. I think the financial houses, they just eat that tax. It's so small. New York State also had a speculation tax on Wall Street. They got rid of that in the 80s. Gambling is bad. Gambling is a sickness. It is a waste of time. It is a vice. Within reason, it's okay, but the government should not be encouraging gambling. Taxes are important because taxes are not just there to raise revenue for our government and redistribute the wealth. That's what taxes should be doing. We should be using taxes to punish people for having too much money. And we have to start changing our language. If you're a billionaire, you need to be punished for being a billionaire, because you cannot be a billionaire without committing a crime. And most importantly, you're always a billionaire because you figure out a way not to pay taxes. We need to punish the wealthy. There is something wrong with being a billionaire. You should be punished for being a billionaire. Taxes are necessary to punish people and to alter behavior. That's why we tax vices. We tax liquor, because liquor is a vice, right? It's okay to drink, but by taxing it, you'll drink less. Nobody thinks it's okay to drink a bottle of wine a night, right? 2 glasses, tops. We know that it's not healthy to drink a bottle of wine a night, so we tax it. We tax cigarettes. That's the role of government, to isolate what is for the greater good and tax that which hurts the greater good. Carbon taxes, right? Carbon, bad. Taxing, good. You tax anything that hurts other people, especially because the government and the people who pay taxes pay a price for things that hurt other people. We tax cigarettes because it costs taxpayers billions of dollars a year to treat the cancers and heart disease caused by tobacco. Bloomberg wanted a sugar tax here in Manhattan when he was mayor, but the soda industry and the sugar industry prevented that. There should be a sugar tax. We know sugar causes heart disease, diabetes, and more science shows us that sugar feeds cancer. So sugar should be taxed. Can't do that. Too many lobbyists. So we need to do something about our financial sector and make it smaller. Unfortunately, they own both parties, and right now, senators and Congress people can trade with impunity. Nancy Pelosi just sold $1 million worth of Apple and said, well, why shouldn't we be allowed to participate in capitalism? That's not capitalism, that's cronyism, that's insider trading. Adam Smith would be against politicians using the information they get to trade off of inside information. Adam Smith would be against people who are in charge of regulating certain industries. He was for regulation, and he was also against government officials owning stock in the industries they regulate. So this is a Democratic Party that is just dead. It's dead. We know the Republicans are horrific, but the Democratic Party, they lie and present themselves as on our side while they're like Ro Khanna, something like $50 to $70 million worth of stock trades last year. We have to rethink our economy and what is important, what is good, and what is bad. And we've never had an industrial policy where, as a community, we stand for something and we say, this is good, this is bad. Our tax dollars will support these industries and not the industries. We will not subsidize our own death. We will not subsidize ExxonMobil. You know, I keep reading about these restaurants going under because of COVID. And I know a lot of people who work in restaurants and food services. But in the grand scheme of things, maybe this is a sector that has to go. I'm not saying completely, but I think the food services industry has gotten a little too big because, again, being a waiter, waitress, a chef, those are noble professions. But we've become a nation of morbidly obese foodies. We have a farm bill that comes out every 5 years that cares more about propping up food that is bad for us than it does food that is good for us. And the restaurant manufacturers, their trade associations, are partly responsible for 1/4 of American children experiencing food insecurity each night. So maybe helping restaurants is not such a great idea because food is a bare necessity. And it's hard to tackle a bare necessity, make it available for everyone, like healthcare, when it's for profit, right? Like health care is a human right. It should be free for everybody. But when healthcare is something like 1/3 of our economy, people say, really? You want to sacrifice 1/3 of our economy to give everybody healthcare? Yes, I do. And the truth is, most Americans, if we had politicians who talked about food the way it should be talked about in this country, nobody would object to our government feeding everyone for free. We are the wealthiest nation in the history of civilization. Nobody should go to bed hungry. There should be upscale soup kitchens on every block of America providing food and jobs, government subsidized food and jobs. The food would be free to anyone who needs it. Nothing fancy. Kind of like Rahima.org. Professor Adnan Hussein's parents run a food pantry in the Bay Area. Check out Rahima.org. This is what the government should be doing. They serve the basics: beans, lentil, yogurts, fruit. Go to Rahima.org and donate. REHIMA.org and donate. This is what the government should be doing. A pound of beans, you'd be amazed at what $5 will what it can provide to people. A pound of beans is like $5. You add some vegetables. You can not only live on that, but you can also live longer on that. And that's what I love about Rahima.org, RAHIMA.org. Professor Adnan Hussein's parents run a food pantry in the Bay Area, and they can stretch your $5. And you can stretch $5 and live longer by living on beans. And the government should have soup kitchens on every corner serving beans, rice, vegetables, and fruit for free. Everyone benefits. Kids, you can't educate kids if they're hungry. Kids are showing up hungry. Sometimes the only meal they get all day is the free lunch, which is garbage in our public schools because Big Ag pushes pizza and dairy and sugar on our kids. They should be eating beans, rice, vegetables, and fruit, period. Everyone would agree to this if we had a party that outlined how this would work. Free food for everyone, paid for by the government. Farmers benefit, especially local farmers, which means that's good for the environment. It would provide jobs to kitchen workers, and it has the added benefit of nobody going hungry in the richest country in the world. The food would be free. There would be no stigma attached to it. These restaurants would be open 24 hours, paid for by our tax. Wouldn't you rather pay for that instead of a missile you don't need? They would be open 24 hours. Coffee would be served. I know Starbucks would be upset, but they wouldn't be serving. They would be buying their coffee. The government would be buying coffee from Starbucks, right? That would be good for Starbucks. There would be musicians performing, paid for by the government, comedians, poetry. There would be art hanging on the walls. Artists would be subsidized, all paid for by the government. Jobs for chefs, for musicians, for artists. This is government spending in the tradition of the New Deal, and it won't cause inflation. It won't. Who would be against it? Well, the people who are killing us, the restaurant owners of America. That's who. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, all the companies who give us cancer, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and of course, unlivable wages. All the companies that extract from our economy by paying crap wages, making people sick, running up our healthcare costs, they're the ones who would lobby hard against feeding everyone in America. The people who are killing us, McDonald's, evil, Burger King, evil, Wendy's, evil, they would be opposed to feeding, to making sure that people eat with dignity. Our government right now could pay for free food that provides fulfilling jobs, little soup kitchens that are beautiful, but our government would rather prop up an industry that benefits nobody except a handful of CEOs, an industry that is killing us, an industry that is evil. And the people who run these fast food restaurants are murderers. McDonald's kills more Americans from heart disease, cancer, obesity, and diabetes in one day than ISIS and Al-Qaeda ever did combined. And yet, we not only allow it, we subsidize it. We give them tax breaks. We give the people they hire food stamps because the people who work at McDonald's can't afford to buy food. McDonald's is destroying our planet, growing soybeans to feed cattle instead of growing soybeans to feed people. Do you have any idea how inefficient and wasteful that is? To grow a bean to feed a cow, to feed a customer? I thought corporations were efficient. Just eat the soybean. Who would be against that? Who would be against your tax dollars being spent on 24-hour kitchens offering up healthy food for all Americans, no questions asked? Healthy food. We can agree on what is healthy food. You want bad food? You want go eat at McDonald's. But if it's tax dollars, you get beans, lentils, yogurt, maybe I might bend on the full vegan diet, I might compromise a little. Artists hired at these restaurants, musicians, poets, and then they're going 24 hours. Everybody meets there. It creates civic engagement. It takes Americans and transforms them from consumers to citizens. It starts with a kitchen that's open 24 hours a day, paid for by the government. That's how you create a community. And these community centers grow where people gather and vote. You can turn them into polling stations, and you add free daycare centers. This is how you build community, where the government provides food 24 hours a day and full-time child care, no questions asked. I'm pretty much out of time, but Janet Yellen, who was chairman of the Federal Reserve, and now is our secretary treasurer, or treasury secretary, gave a speech at Evil Davos about that productivity is stalling because of supply-side economics, and that we need a reverse supply-side economics if we want to grow this economy. And that means the government has to provide a safety net in order for our economy to grow. There's a labor shortage because we don't have daycare. If we provide the bare necessities to the American people, health care, dental, eyeglasses, hearing aid, food, free education, free tuition at our public universities, that is how you grow the economy. That's how you grow the economy. We have to have this conversation. Otherwise, we're going to continue to eat ourselves until it's just a feudal state where all the land is owned by Bill Gates and Warren Buffett or Jeff Bezos, and we're paying them rent. And we lead these subsistence lives where there are no jobs because it's all being done by self-driving cars and AI, and they hand us virtual reality glasses as the new opiate to keep us from complaining. Just consume. That's not the world we want. But unless we change the Democratic Party from within and demand that poor people start getting elected to Congress, the Senate, serve on the cabinets, we will die before the climate kills us. So I think we're out of time. Always have more to talk about. There is Gina Hakamaki. There we go. Hello, it's good to see you. Gina Hakamaki. Hello, let me... Dan, is your guest here?
Nope, I don't see Gina's guest yet.
Okay, let me do this. Let me get some water, and we will find out what happened. Sometimes people don't get the invites. I'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
There we go. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who will be joining us a little later on in the show. Our guest has arrived, and you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, go to davidfeldmanshow.com, subscribe to my newsletter. And every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m., we have office hours. Please join us for office hours. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website to sign up. Well, Jessica Nordell is an award-winning author, science writer, and speaker, and she is author of The End of Bias, A Beginning. And here to talk to us and her is Gina Huckabee, who needs no introduction. She is a beloved member of our community. And welcome, Gina.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to see you. And you have the book.
Yep.
Why don't you start? Why don't you start the questioning with Gina and with Jessica, and then I'll ask her about the witches in her background.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for letting me interview you. I love the book, and I think it should be a required reading for everyone because it would benefit humanity as a whole. And saying that, I want to break it down into the two groups of benefits. First, those who indoctrinate us with biased thinking, and then everyone else because of how we learn. We all need the epiphany moment about having our own biases despite our best intentions, and to learn the strategies that you listed in your book on how to overcome those. So if I were to look at the first and the major people that are responsible for indoctrinating the biases into our very being, it begins really young. So early childhood educators, parents, teachers, but then it extends to media. They propagate stereotypes and biases. So the newscasters, the journalists, the advertisers, the politicians, etc., all have an impact in why we've developed the biases to begin with. So my first question to you would be about the first group, those teaching children. And in your book, you say that children don't come into the world with all of these biases and prejudice. It's learned. And so if you could kind of give us some examples of experiments in research in early childhood development on how those things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really thrilled to be here. So yeah, there's a ton of research. There's a whole sort of field of psychology, developmental psychology, that looks at how children's psychology develops. And there's, current research suggests that kids learn gender bias around age 3 or 4, racial bias a little bit later, like 5 or 6. But it can be sort of dialed up or dialed down depending on the environment, depending on their experiences, depending on the kind of input they get from parents and teachers and the world in general. So there's some really interesting research. I mean, one of my favorite researchers who you read about in the book is Becky Bigler, who does this work with children, where she looks at how children develop bias and what can be kind of done to alter it. The work that she does is really interesting because she goes into schools and she sort of does these manipulations to see what kinds of changes in the kids' environment increase their prejudice or decrease their prejudice. So she's a little bit controversial because she's experimenting with children and kind of shifting the way that they see each other. But, she has sort of this classic research program where she she started by looking at what happens when you label children. So she had she worked with a school where she had one group of teachers talk to the children with using labels all the time. So saying gender labels like hello, boys and girls, girls line up over here, boys line up over here. We're going to put, girls artwork on this bulletin board and boys artwork on this bulletin board. And she really emphasized, the teachers really emphasized gender labels in those groups. And in the other groups, the teachers totally ignored gender labels. So they would say good morning, children, we're going to, they didn't do line up, boy, girl, anything like that. And what she found is that the more you label gender, the more stereotyping children do. So it's almost like the labeling starts to kind of get children's minds acculturated to this idea of different categories. And then the stereotypes kind of build on that armature. And she's done a lot of other research about different kinds of groups. She did a research where she put some children in yellow shirts and some children in blue shirts. And in one group, over the course of a summer school, the blue shirt kids, in one group, the yellow shirt and blue shirt kids were identified by their shirt colors. And in the other group of teachers, the teachers ignored the shirt colors. And in the labeling group, those kids started to develop what we think of in psychology as in-group favoritism. They started to really like blues if they were blue, and they really liked other yellows if they were yellow. And the groups were totally random. So, there was no reason for the kids to like yellows or blues more. It was just that the teachers were constantly labeling them. And so they started to kind of develop this in-group, favoritism. So I think it really the power of labels,
Yeah. And that's what you kind of emphasize, that it's the way humans learn from when we're little. Dog, cat. Okay, these are two different groups. And then the emphasizing, and it gets reinforced constantly. And then it's those associations of which one is good and which one is bad. And that's how we end up with the biases. So coming to the teachers have to reduce the emphasis on the grouping and making one good and one bad. Mm-hmm. And you also note that our brains love to be right. We love when our stereotype predictions come true, and we get irked if they don't come true. So can you describe how our ability to stereotype is addicting and neurally rewarding?
Yeah, stereotyping is really interesting because basically it's basically a prediction, right? I see you, and then I start to predict things about what you're going to be like, what you should be like, based on my perception of the categories that you belong to. And as you point out, one of the interesting things about stereotyping is that and predicting is that we like to be correct. We feel good when our predictions are right, and we don't like it when we're wrong. So there's some really interesting research where a psychology professor brought a bunch of people into a lab and had them interact. And she hired actors to portray Hispanic students who were either high socioeconomic class or low socioeconomic class. So high socioeconomic class, these students were the children of wealthy people, and they had very expensive European vacations, and they kind of defied American stereotypes about Hispanic students. And what she found is that people actually, when they interacted with these students who defied stereotypes, people reacted with cardiovascular threat. They actually reacted as though they were being threatened. Their blood vessels changed, their heart rate changed. So there's really something very, very concrete that happens when our stereotypes are violated. But you were asking about addiction. So one hypothesis that people are starting to think about is that because these predictions are sometimes right and sometimes wrong, right? When we interact with someone and we stereotype them, sometimes we're right and sometimes we're wrong. This is very similar to what's known as an intermittent reward cycle, which is what we experience when we refresh our inbox. Like sometimes we have a new message and sometimes we don't have a new message. Or if we're on social media, sometimes we see something we were looking for, sometimes we don't. This intermittent reward cycle is an addictive reward cycle. So it's very hard to extinguish this behavior if we start to get hooked on a cycle of sometimes getting a reward and sometimes not getting a reward. So there's some thought that maybe, stereotyping could be almost habit forming. It could be almost addictive in the way other kinds of intermittent reward experiences are addictive as well.
And then I think you mentioned that even if our prediction was not right, we didn't like it, but we also justified it and made it so that it was still right. Like we lied to ourselves about what reality was to still promote the bias in our minds. You mentioned a term called outgroup homogeneity. Can you define the term and how the media, so now switching from like early childhood development to our mainstream media, and how that they often present their stories along these lines that also perpetuate biases?
Yeah, outgroup homogeneity, it's the idea that we see our own group that we belong to as very various and very diverse. We see our own group as just being composed of individuals who have lots of differences. But when we look at a group that we don't belong to, we tend to think of that group as homogenous, as more monolithic. So we have this tendency to sort of see the behavior of our own group as being just like the result of individual differences, and the behavior of other groups as the result of some kind of cultural characteristic or trait. I mean, you see this all the time when you see acts of violence committed by like white Americans versus non-white Americans. Often extreme violence committed by white Americans is explained as having to do with mental illness, some kind of individual pathology, whereas
individual versus the group.
Yeah. So, right. So when we see extreme violence committed by, non-white Americans, then it's often described in the media as related to some kind of group identity, when in fact, it could also be attributable to mental illness or kind of individual pathology or individual difference. But because there's this tendency to outgroup homogeneity, we, mainstream media often will kind of default to making a group identification rather than an individual
it causes a bias and prejudice against entire groups of people. They're not looked at as individuals. They're categorized by their group association. Whereas me, like a white woman, if I did something wrong, it's because there's something wrong with my head. But if there's somebody else in another, it's because they belong to that group.
Right.
So,
and yeah, once you start kind of being alert to these patterns, you really see them everywhere. You sort of can't stop seeing these patterns be played out over and over.
Yeah. Then you had an interesting research project that you highlighted called No Tell, Address the Media Effects. Can you elaborate on the results of the show, the media influence on creating biases? A little bit about what the background of that community and then what happened to them after they got television. They had No Tell and then they got television.
Sure. So this is this was an experiment that I found really fascinating and wrote a lot about, which is that in the 70s, there was this small logging village in British Columbia where that didn't have television. Because of kind of a fluke of geography, they just didn't get the signal. The signal was blocked by the mountains. And in the early 70s, they were finally going to get all of the technology to actually get television in this village. And so there was a sociologist who learned about this and kind of had this bright idea like, oh, this is a chance to see the effect of television. If we could do some measurements before and after this village gets television, we'll see if it has, an impact. And so she, and her team rushed to this village and gave a battery of tests to like the whole village and asked everyone a million questions. And then 2 years after television was introduced, she went back to find out if anything had changed. And she found that a lot had changed, actually. Elders were more isolated than before. Children were more aggressive than before. And there's a whole, I have the book somewhere. There's a whole book of her findings called The Impact of Television. But one of the interesting findings was that children did more gender stereotyping after the introduction of television. Their gender stereotyping began to approach the level of children in towns that had had television for a long time. So children were more likely to say that certain jobs are just for boys and certain jobs are just for girls, or certain personality traits are more for boys and more for girls. So it really sort of demonstrated that just a simple, simply the introduction of television began to train children to see each other and themselves in a particular way.
So that's why I wanted to cover when it starts from early childhood development and the people that are associated with that, part of our life that are creating the biases, but then that is perpetuated through media. And our media is hitting us hard. Mainstream media, the terms that they use and the groupings that they do, it's just reinforcing all of the negative biases and stereotypes. In your book, in attempting to overcome our own biases, you mentioned that the human mind has two distinct modes of operating: effectful, deliberate thinking, and then this rapid automatic thinking. Can you describe these modes and how we can train ourselves to use this info to curtail our own biases? And my understanding is it's when we have something that is emergent or frightening that we get into the rapid, automatic thinking, and that we grab toward our own biases rather than thinking things out. But can you describe kind of that effect on us and how we can fix that so we are a little more mindful on what we're doing?
Yeah, the idea actually of what we think of as unconscious bias or unintentional bias is really that when we encounter a person who we identify as being part of a category or a social identity, then we have all of these associations in our minds that we've absorbed from culture over our lifetimes. And at the moment that we, identify that person, encounter that person, all of these associations and stereotypes begin to kind of influence the way that we're interacting automatically. So we are not necessarily intending to react in a particular way, but we have a kind of automatic way of thinking. And so there's sort of broadly, there's this idea that there's really automatic, kind of spontaneous, less intentional sorts of responses. And then there are more deliberate, thoughtful, effortful responses. And the automatic, there's a lot of things that we do that start out as deliberate, but then become automatic because we're so used to them. Like, driving home from work, the first time you do it, you have to think, okay, do I need to turn left or right? And, where's the stop sign? But if you do it 100 times, then it starts to become automatic and you can kind of do it without thinking. You might even drive the whole way home without really being fully conscious of all of the decisions that you're making. But your question was, what do we do about it, right?
Right. What do we do about it?
Well, I wrote a whole book to answer this question.
Yeah.
So there's a lot in the book about I really wrote the book because that was the question. Like, what do we do about this? So there's a lot.
I can lead you into some of the things that you mentioned, it says, what can we do to promote cultural education and help end bias? Because like you said, the end of bias, a beginning, we need to start somewhere. But per that Connie Rice, laws are not solely effective.
Right.
She talks about it creating the floor, but the ceiling is dependent upon people and what we're going to do anyway. And then diversity training in policing had not been demonstrated to be very effective versus mindfulness exercises, and then community safety partnership type networks, the other strategies other than just diversity training.
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of other strategies. I mean, fundamentally, I think it starts with people accepting that they might be susceptible to some of these reactions. Because most of us think that we're pretty objective and we think it doesn't really apply to us.
You talked about the police department, I think it was LAPD, where they started having yoga as exercises and other meditation before
in Oregon,
mindfulness, so that they would have less stress reactions and going with less of the mentality of I'm going into this terrible situation, and so I'm going to react aggressively automatically, and actually step back and being better in a better place to assess the whole situation, and that it had really good results. Can you tie together how all these contribute to implicit bias and what implicit bias is?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about with the mindfulness is really sort of interrupting that automatic response. So implicit bias is really what I was talking about earlier, where we grow up in a culture, we learn the categories that are salient in that culture, and they're culturally dependent, like they're specific to cultures, certain times, certain places, but we learn the categories that are important in that culture or salient. And then we learn a lot of associations associated with those categories, and we learn stereotypes. And then when we encounter someone, we identify them as being part of one of those categories. And then all of these associations influence our reaction to that person. That's what we think of as implicit bias. It's like it's happening automatically, it's happening quickly, it's happening maybe in a way that conflicts with what we think of ourselves as being like. We might think of ourselves as like, not sexist, not racist, not ageist, none of these things. But yet, when we're actually, going about our daily life, all of us can be susceptible to being influenced, by some of these cultural ideas that we've absorbed. So that's what we think of
describing that epiphany moment. And we all have to step back and take a look at ourselves. But you described one yourself about going into a library and there were people that were getting ready on their prayer rugs, and just the gut reaction because of what's been shown in the media and what we've been taught from when we were little about the aggressiveness or difference in cultures and whatever it might be. It's an automatic fear, flight or fight reaction that we shouldn't be having. So then you have to step back. What am I looking at here? It's a whole different way of assessing what's really happening.
Yeah. I mean, we're really talking about like self-awareness, mindfulness. There are a lot of different names for it, but we're really talking about slowing down enough to see what's happening in our own mind, to see what's happening in our own behavior and the patterns that we're participating in. Because once we see it, then we can interrupt it. And that's, I think, where agency begins. That's where, the opportunity to make a different choice begins. And, then the sky's the limit. Like, then you can actually start to interact with the world in a way that's based more in reality and more in human connection and less in, kind of cultural nonsense.
Which I think you also talked about the benefit of interacting with the others, interacting with other groups, and how it'll change your perceptions and reduce your biases when you see people are people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
You also talked about a concept called priming, planting a thought in a person's minds in ways that could influence and how they see and perceive the world. How do you see that, the media influencing that or using that as a technique? Actually, our politicians do that as well. They guide us into our own biases.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's, in psychology, the idea of priming is that if you if your mind kind of absorbs a particular concept or idea, then it can influence things that happen later. So that was actually how implicit bias was discovered, was through priming experiments. White Americans were subliminally shown words that had to do with African Americans, and then they were tested to see how it influenced their later behavior. And it was found that even when these white Americans weren't aware of the words that they'd seen, like they flashed in their eyes so quickly they didn't register them consciously, it still affected their later behavior because they'd been primed. So yeah, I mean, it certainly can be used intentionally. I think it's often used, unintentionally, but it certainly can be used intentionally to manipulate people. I don't have any specific examples of intentional priming, but you could say dog whistles would be perhaps an example of priming.
Right. I pretty much asked most of the questions that I could think of.
Good. You did great. And Howie Klein is about to come up. So this was great. I really appreciate this, Gina. Very quickly, Jessica, you are a descendant of witches who were burnt at the stake here in America?
I recently discovered this. I was doing a bunch of genealogy research, actually, for this book, because I wanted to figure out how I fit into the story of race in the United States. And I discovered that I believe it's 11th great grandmother was the last woman to be tried for witchcraft in the state of Massachusetts. She was known as the Witch of Wallingford. So it explains a lot.
And do you know if most of those witches, I understand, just inherited their husband's money, and Salem wanted that money. Do you know if she was wealthy?
Oh, fascinating. As far as I know, she wasn't. Her husband, I did a little bit of digging as much as I could. Her husband helped get her exonerated. So she was married at the time. And she and her daughter were actually both tried, but and she was tried 3 times.
That's the difference between me and her husband. My hands are tied. They say we have to wrap it up. Will you come back?
Sure. Great to talk to you.
Great. Everybody should go by The End of Bias, A Beginning. And it's written by Jessica Nordell, Nordell. And go to jessicanordell.com, please.
Yeah, you can contact me through my website, jessicanordell.com, or let me know what you think. I'd love to hear what people think of the book.
Great.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely excellent.
Great job.
Thanks.
Great job,
Appreciate
Gina Huckabee. I hope we do this again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
David.
You.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Howie Klein is coming up in a second, I hope. I just want to take care of something because I've gotten some emails. And this is why we need to bring back the draft. Earlier, I said Joe Biden lies. I said his son, Beau Biden, was a great dad, a great father, and never traded on his service in Iraq. I said Beau served a year in Iraq while he was also the Attorney General of Delaware and worked in Iraq as a JAG officer. He was a lawyer. He was the son of the vice president. And while he was in combat, he was only behind the wire working as a JAG officer. That's not quite as dangerous as being a soldier. He didn't claim to be anything other than what he is or was before he died. His father chooses to remember Beau's service differently, and I think that's a disservice to the men and women who put their lives on the line. And if we had a draft, we would be able to differentiate between a JAG officer and a combat veteran. Now, someone wrote to me during the interview and said that Beau received a bronze medal, so that I was out of line for criticizing how President Biden, our commander-in-chief, chooses to remember his son's service. His son had a bronze medal, to which I reply, if there were a draft, Americans would know that a bronze medal can be awarded for a host of reasons, including something like meritorious service as a JAG officer. And that appears to be why Beau Biden got his bronze. This is why we need to bring back the draft. We have a commander-in-chief right now who plays fast and loose with the facts. He's thinking of sending troops to Ukraine. He will say anything, including falsities about his son's war record. And we need to be careful. The truth counts, especially when we have a commander-in-chief who lies and is threatening to send our troops to Ukraine. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, which raises money for progressive candidates around America. And he is also author of Down with Tyranny. Sorry to keep you waiting, and sorry.
That's all right. I enjoyed your little rap just now, and I wanted to talk about it.
Good, thank you.
Because Biden is a liar, has been for his whole career. He's known as a liar from the very beginning. He was, caught using other people's work, for example. He's, and we don't like Trump, and we're happy that Biden is in the White House instead of Trump, I guess. Somewhat happy, or relieved maybe is a better word. But I'm sure there are a lot of people who are very angry right now that you said that Biden is a liar, and they're even angrier now that I'm echoing it. But
right.
That's what he is, and there's no reason to deny it. A liar is a liar. He's a proven liar. When they do fact checks on people and they see, what percentage of the time he lied. Well, of course he doesn't lie as much as Trump. No one lies as much as Trump, but he lies far more than any normal politician. I mean, everyone lies a little bit. Every politician will say something that's wrong or even egregiously wrong. Even the best, even Elizabeth Warren and Bernie have said things that turned out not to be true, according to the fact checkers. Not much. They don't do it much. And Biden, during the primary, I kept checking, and sure enough, I mean, Biden was 10 times more of a liar than a normal Democrat would be.
Right. So, lots to talk about. We have a bad connection.
We do. Can you call me back?
I'm going to call you right back. Thank you. Sorry about that. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter, and sign up for my newsletter by going over to davidfeldmanshow.com. Again, Beau Biden was a great father, a great husband, and did it all on his own. He didn't trade on his war record. His father has chosen to remember it for his own political expediency. I'm only criticizing our commander-in-chief, especially when he's now threatening to go to some kind of war. Or what do you think is going to happen, Howie, in Ukraine?
I don't know what's going to happen. I'm very, very worried about it. I mean, one of our regular contributors thinks that the U.S. is trying to get a war going. It's unimaginable that that's the case, but who knows? I mean, I literally don't know. I mean, I don't have any inside information on this. And if Biden does it, at least we don't have to worry about him being the nominee.
Or the Democrats win the midterms. How does that work? We were told at one time that when we go to war, people rally around the commander-in-chief. But that kind of thing is over now. Now people rally around, pro-Trump, anti-Trump. That seems to be the only thing anyone rallies to. In fact, I saw I just went by on the transom today. I didn't really read it, but it said that a majority of Tucker Carlson viewers want us to get into it against Ukraine and for Russia. Against Ukraine, for Russia.
For Russia. Tucker Carlson is, a Putin publicist or Putin propagandist. So he's always, talking about how great Putin is. And his listeners, that's what they listen to, and they believe it. There's a post that's up at the top of Down with Tyranny. I just put it up a couple of hours ago. And it's by a sociologist from Illinois named Darren Shurkat. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but it's called.
How can we be so sure that most Trump voters are morons?
Yeah, that was my title. His title is down a little bit, which is cognitive sophistication, religion, and support for Trump. So he's talking about why. I just say that Trump voters are morons. He's talking about why they're morons without ever using the word moron per se. Although he agrees that morons also. But people should read that. Anyway, it's a really, really good post. I'm really proud that he agreed to give it to me for Down with Tyranny. But I was thinking he would be a really good guest for you as well.
I would love it.
You would love him.
Professor of Sociology, Southern Illinois University. I will reach out to him. I'll send you an email. Well, what do you think? When you think of somebody like Cawthorn and McCarthy and Green and Gates, they're idiots. They are. But we have idiots.
Well, you went from you spanned a whole a whole spectrum there. I mean, Cawthorn is an idiot. So and then depending how you define idiot, we can include the other two. But let me just say something. Cawthorn, is I think he went to some Bible college for one semester or maybe 2 semesters, but I think it was just 1 semester, and he flunked out. His whole life, I looked into him really closely when he was first running, and his whole life proves that he's a moron and an idiot. He's really a stupid person. You want to talk about liar, his whole life has been a lie. It's shocking to me that people voted for him. It's shocking because it just shows that the majority of the voters in that district are morons. How do you vote for someone like Madison Cawthorn? It's unbelievable to me. But you're talking about idiots. So, Kevin McCarthy, on the other hand, we don't agree with him, but he's a normal, typical American. He's just like everybody else. He's out to do things that help himself he's a careerist. He's a hateful, awful person, but he's very successful at what he did. He comes from kind of humble background, more or less, and he's worked his way up to fulfill his dream. He's probably going to be the next speaker, which is what he's wanted and what he's worked at. So, it's hard to call someone like that an idiot in the same way that you can call Cawthorn an idiot. And even with Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she was putting out to succeed when she ran her gym, she did become a millionaire. So she became a millionaire from her gym business. She lured people with her, wiles into her gym and got them to sign up. But I think she's an idiot in a lot of ways, but not in the same way that Cawthorn is. Cawthorn is literally. I mean, it would be great if we had the IQs of these people. My guess would be that Kevin McCarthy and Marjorie Taylor Greene have normal IQs, whereas in Cawthorn's case, my bet would be he's got a subpar IQ.
Right.
Below the norm, below the median.
Right.
Maybe far below.
So let's talk about...
Anyway, yes, there are many morons. I'm sorry I interrupted you. What were you going to say about the morons?
Let's talk about what he has to run on, what the Democrats have to run on. In your piece that posted about noon, will Biden turn things around before the Democrats get their asses kicked in November? Doubtful. Build Back Better is dead. There's the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
And Build Back Better is probably going to be broken up into pieces now. Most of the pieces, I think, are not going to ever pass because they're not going to be part of reconciliation, so you need 60 votes. And that means every Democrat and 10 Republicans, and that doesn't exist. So, yes, I agree with you that Build Back Better is probably dead.
Build Back Better is dead. But there is the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Biden and the Democrats, can they run on the bipartisan infrastructure bill against?
Well, they have no choice. What are they going to run on?
But who else?
They failed at everything else that they tried. Even the things that should have sailed through Congress, they couldn't get that together. So they'll run on the you know, that first COVID bill that they did and the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which they'll try to run on, but the name of it is bipartisan, so I don't know how they can run on it that much. And it's you know, and they're talking it up as though it were like the greatest thing in the world, when it really wasn't the greatest thing in the world. But even Bernie he was on one of the shows yesterday, and even he was saying how great it was, and you know, it just wasn't.
And you write that there are Virginia slime dog Rob Whitman, a Republican who was an obstructionist, you say, who was against the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but now he's running on it.
He was against it, and he talked against it. It wasn't just a passive vote against it. He was blabbering around that if you vote for this, you're voting for the socialist Green New Deal. And now he's trying to take credit for the things that it's doing in his district. And he isn't the only one. There are Republicans all over the country who see what's happening in their districts and see jobs being created and see, you know, crews out looking at how to fix bridges and pave highways. Even in Alabama, they're building this much needed highway, and the congressmen from those districts, even though they voted against it, they're not saying I voted for it, but they're not saying they voted against it. They're just saying what a great thing they helped bring to the district, as though they did anything but vote no. So you know, in Rob Whitman's case, he got so embarrassed when he got called on it by ABC News that he removed the tweet where he made that claim that, as you know, sort of a half-assed claim that would leave somebody who wasn't paying close attention thinking that he is bringing that money to the district, rather than that he voted against bringing that money to the district. And he removed the tweet.
Right. Let's talk about music, because you had an interesting piece.
Yes, it is interesting. I was fascinated by it myself. And in fact, I'm going to do a contest now. I'm just putting it together in my head. You know, you probably didn't see it yet, but there's a new book coming out called Disturbing the Peace, 415 Records, and the new rise of New Wave. Did you see it?
It's a new book?
Yeah, it's a book that's coming out in a few weeks.
So you ran 415 Records? I
started it and ran it, yes. And Bill Kopp, a prominent rock journalist, wrote a book about it. So lots of pictures of me and lots of anecdotes from my life and stuff like that. It's interesting for people who like the early new wave independent DIY scene, especially people who are interested in the San Francisco music. Although we had bands from other places too. But
so let me just so people know, you have a piece over Down with Tyranny entitled "Music Biz Has Deteriorated Not Because of Musicians, but because of extreme capitalism."
Yes, I thought you might like that.
Yes, and you talk about you left the record business. You were the president of Reprise Records. You ran a record, and you were big over at Warner Brothers.
Reprise was half of Warner Brothers.
Right. So, just
the better half.
You quote Eric Satie. Go ahead.
Somebody called me today, a friend called me today, and said, "Do you know this guy Fleetwood Mac?"
No.
Yes, M-A-C-K. And I said, "Yes, I do. Why do you ask?" And he said, "Well, I just heard this new song on the radio, and I can't believe how great it is. I just want to get the song. If you could ask him to send me a copy." I said, "Well, what song?" He said, "It's called Landslide." And I said, "Well, I think that song was like new before you were born."
Right.
As a matter of fact. And Fleetwood Mac is a very, very famous band. Right. And you should ask Mother, who's definitely a big fan of theirs.
Right. That's kind of sweet, though, actually.
This is a straight guy, by the way, who only knows one kind of music, which is Broadway.
Right.
So,
but that is sweet to hear Stevie Nicks singing Landslide. No, hopefully not the Dixie Chicks. They did a version of it. And
when Stevie Nicks, when they started their big tour for when they got back together again, and we released that live album, the first show was in Boston, and I went to it, and I was standing in the audience, very close to the stage, and Stevie came on and introduced the song, and she said, and this is for my friend Howie Klein.
Wow.
And I was passed out. I started screaming. I started telling everybody around me. I didn't know anybody. I was just in a crowd of people. I said, "That's me. That's me." She just dedicated it to me.
So,
and she gave me a tape of it later.
I'm reading a book. I can't wait to read your book about.
It's not my book. This is a Bill Kopp's book. And what I was saying is that we're going to do a contest and give away copies of signed copies of it. So I'm sort of putting that together now. I'm trying to get some of the candidates to buy into the idea. So far, one has. They all have to tell me what their favorite band is, and then we'll ask people to vote based not on how much they like the Green New Deal or based on how much they like Medicare, but based on what band they like.
So I'm reading a book. I want to talk about capitalism and the current state of music.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Well, you noticed that I said extreme capitalism. So I'm not putting down capitalism per se. I'm putting down this, ultra greed and selfishness. Now, there's a case to be made that capitalism will always lead to extreme capitalism, and I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to say it doesn't. But what I was putting down was this extreme capitalism that I've seen in the record industry now. I mean, I was asked by Deutsche Bank to help them, they paid me to do this, to help them with a big bond sale on Warner Brothers Records. This was after I had left the company. And they paid me very handsomely and the reason was because they wanted me on their prospectus when they were selling the bonds to customers. And they have to do due diligence about it. And they were very, very unhappy with what I had to say and certainly never hired me for anything else and didn't use me in the prospectus. Because what I told them is that, no, you should not be selling this bond. This is a Ponzi scheme. And it's not about, they're not about selling records or music. They're about selling themselves to investors. So,
well, let me ask you about. I want to ask you about the current state of music. I've been reading a book about Alan Klein. Did you know him?
No.
He was the Beatles manager.
I know who he was, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was the Beatles manager, the Rolling Stones manager.
Well, briefly, the Rolling Stones manager. He was the Beatles.
Sam Cooke's, and he was a Jewish accountant who found money. Now, he's a mixed bag, what they say about him. The reputation he had is you're getting ripped off by all the record producers. I will do an audit. I will.
The record producers, the record producers that are artists. They weren't ripping them off. The record executives, the record companies were ripping them off, not the producers.
So I will.
The producer is the guy who goes in the studio with them and says you got to make the guitar louder, stuff like that.
And he said, I will go in. I'll do forensic accounting. I will find the money that is owed to you, but I'm going to get a bigger percentage than you think I deserve because if I don't do this, you will not get any of the money. Some of the rock stars respected that. Some didn't. But isn't that hyper-capitalism? We're talking about the 60s and the 70s. Where
the hyper-capitalism there is the record companies that were ripping off the artists, not Alan Klein. I mean, Alan Klein, I don't think was doing something horrible when he said that. If that's what he did, I'm just going by what you just said. Whereas the record companies ripping off the artists, which is true, they were. That's the hypercapitalism, and that's what needs to be punished. Speaking of which, do you know who Sheldon Silver is?
The New York State criminal. I think he was Assembly leader. Democrat?
Yes, he was Assembly leader. He was actually, if New York State government had a king, it would have been him. Right. He ran New York State government forever.
And he was a Democrat, correct?
Yes, he was a Democrat. And he was everyone knew he was a gigantic bribe taker. If you wanted something to happen in the Assembly, you had to give him large sums of money. And they finally got him. They could have charged him with a lot more, but they got him for a $4 million bribe and put him in jail. And he had a 6-year sentence, which he was currently serving until today, and he isn't serving it anymore because he died.
Oh, he died today.
Yes,
Okay. In prison.
in the prison hospital.
Okay. And do we speak ill of the people who deserve to die?
Well, no. I think we don't need to speak about Sheldon Silver. I think we need to speak about the other politicians who take bribes and who are corrupt, who aren't in jail and deserve to be. What do you think?
I think we keep locking them up. I keep waiting for Donald Trump to get indicted in Fulton County, Georgia. I keep waiting for Letitia.
What about in New York County?
I keep waiting for the Manhattan District Attorney to file criminal charges and the Attorney General.
We'd like it to go faster, wouldn't we?
And they say, what they say is, well, it's not good for the country because if we start locking up Trump, if we look backwards and lock up Trump.
Who says that?
The argument against.
Who says that?
I have heard Democrats say.
Really?
Yes, that it's not.
I haven't heard anyone say that. And I talk to members of Congress all the time. I don't talk to right-wing members of Congress, generally speaking. I do talk to one or two of them. But I don't hear anybody saying that.
It's what they're thinking. They may not be saying it, but they.
Well, it's not what they're tweeting. I mean, look at someone like Ted Lieu. He's tweeting all the time and Adam Schiff. Both of them are saying that Trump needs to be locked up.
Well, those are Congress people, and those are good Congress people. But I think
Adam Schiff is a conservative.
Yeah, but he's
anti-Trump conservative.
He's an ever-Trumper. What they say is it's a bad precedent to lock up a commander-in-chief because.
It's a good precedent.
I agree with you, but you could lock up every man who ever served as president. Every president commits a crime. And
didn't Joe say something about this? Didn't he talk about how I don't remember, it was so long ago that I read it that I think it was him and not Sophocles. I think it was Plato. I could be wrong. Not Socrates. I mean, saying that every ruler, every king or whatever they had as the ruler, after their term they should be shot. They didn't have guns, but
right.
They should be killed.
Right. I don't know if he said that.
I think he did. It might not have been Plato, but someone did. Some philosopher said that, and I liked it. I thought it was. I think about it all the time.
I don't think they should be shot, but they should be arrested, put on trial, and you keep doing that until you get honest people serving in the Oval Office who stop lying.
That's right. That's when you used the word precedent a minute ago. I got all excited because the precedent that we should be making is to politicians: if they are corrupt, if they steal, if they cheat, if they take bribes, they go to jail, they go to jail for a long time. I hope you can hear me now. I dropped my phone down my shirt.
What are you cooking?
I'm not. Okay. No, I mean there's a leaking potato soup that's cooking, but I did it all before the show.
Okay.
Now it's on the stove.
All right. So now you need to talk a little closer, if that's possible.
Sure. It is possible. I had it right here like this, and that's when I dropped it down my shirt and couldn't find it for a minute.
So between now and the midterms, you're going to be introducing us to some great candidates. This is where we do.
I will.
I want to ask you before you go about.
No, don't tell me we're done already.
I know. Half hour goes very quickly.
I didn't get a half hour today. You were like talking to that witch.
Well, we have five. We have 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Did you call her a witch?
I only tuned in when she was talking about like she's from a family of witches or something. It sounded great. I loved it. She sounded like she was wonderful. I didn't mean to call her a witch in a derogatory way.
In a positive, yes. So between now and the midterms, how many resignations are we seeing in the Democratic Party?
You mean how many retirements?
Retirements are we seeing in Congress from safe districts?
Well, safe districts don't matter, right? I mean, if someone retires from a safe district, it's fine. Who cares?
Well, that's how we get leftists. Isn't that where we should be sending the ultra leftists to run for office in a safe district?
Should we break a little scoop?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jerry Nadler is going to announce that he's not running. And he's your congressman, right?
No, Maloney is.
Well, we wish he would retire instead.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's going to.
And so, are you going to be running somebody who's better than Nadler?
I hope. I think that there will be people who run who are better than Nadler. We'll have to see. I don't know. It used to be when someone like that would go, what happens is it suddenly the state senator from the district and a couple of the assemblymen from the district, maybe some city councilmen from that district. They had it all locked up. It's not that way anymore. In fact, when you called just now, I was working on a post about that. Now, people are sick and tired of these professional politicians, whereas in the past, they would say, we want somebody with experience. Now they don't. And so anybody could run. Almost anybody could run. Yes, anybody could run. I mean, if Matt Cawthorn, the least qualified person in the history of Congress, maybe tied on some level with Lauren Boebert, if they could run for Congress and win, anyone can.
Right. But is this an opportunity to build a leftist infrastructure in the Democratic Party? Because except for a handful of Democrats in the House, we have very few leftists serving in D.C. Is this the opportunity to start?
It's an opportunity. I mean, take a look for, just as an example, in North Carolina. I'm bringing this up because I believe you know her. G.K. Butterfield. He's at best a moderate, at worst a conservative. But he's been in that district forever. The district maps that came out, even though they're probably going to be thrown out, his district went from a D+9 or something to a D+1. So it would be a district he would have to fight for. And in a bad year like this, it would be a tough fight. He doesn't know how to fight. He doesn't know how to raise money. He's never had to do it. He's been in a safe seat all this time. He's lazy and old. So he announces retirement. So what happens? Erica Smith, who was going to run for the U.S. Senate, suddenly this is her where she lives. This is her district. She was a state senator in this district. She switches up and she's running for Congress now in a district. She's probably going to win. She's a front runner. And there you go. We go from a conservative Democrat to a progressive Democrat. Right. So that's what you're talking about when you're talking about building a progressive base. And that we're not that lucky in every single one of these races, but we are in some of them. I mean, and I'm certain in Nadler's race there will be an outstanding progressive that runs. That district is full of outstanding progressives.
Lindsey Boylan, I don't know if you remember her. She Andrew Cuomo. She was the big Andrew Cuomo accuser. She primaried Jerry. I don't know how left of center she is, though.
Not very.
Yeah. Very quickly,
we didn't endorse her.
How is Congressman Alan Grayson's campaign?
Alan is in the middle of a lawsuit right now, so I think he's really putting more energy into that than the campaign. But it's a worthy suit. It's against those people from No Labels and
the idiots.
Worst of Democrats, and the suit is doing really well. Alan is in great spirits, and he keeps telling me every week. He says he's almost done, and he'll be able to put all his energy into the campaign. But it's been Alan is a good friend, and I love Alan. But I don't believe that.
Okay, I should have him back on. Howie Klein. Yes. We have a candidate next week, correct?
Regularly. I thought you had Alan on regularly as a regular guest.
Yeah, I try to get them as much as possible. Who do we have next week before you go?
Who do we have next week? Oh, we have Neil. Damn, what's his last name again? This is my mind just slipping. Neil Walia. That's who it is. The Walia. Neil Walia. His district is basically the city of Denver. It's Denver County. And that's a very, very progressive place. They have a decent congresswoman in there now. She's not great. She's not terrible. Her progressive punch score is a B, but a district like that should certainly have someone with a very high A, someone who is, cutting edge, someone who is pushing the boundaries. She's never going to do that. That's not her. Right. She's just she's a Pelosi person. Whatever Pelosi wants, she's there. She never varies from that. And Neil is an amazing guy. I mean, I want you to meet him because he is phenomenal. He's so smart, and he's got such a great perspective on things that I'm just really looking forward to having him on next week.
Fantastic. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Read him every day over at Down with Tyranny. Thank you, Howie.
Thank you, and I hope everyone reads that music piece and the piece about Trump voters being morons.
Right. I'll email you tomorrow about the professor. Thank you, Howie.
Bye-bye.
Bye. David Cobb joins us, and you have a hard out. You are going to do some banking tonight, right?
Well, I'm going to do some public banking, to be sure.
Talk to me about public banking. What do you have at 8 o'clock? What meeting?
Well, I will be convening with my colleagues at the California Public Banking Alliance. We meet once a month in order to continue to cross-pollinate and coordinate the effort to bring public banking specifically to California, but we're also supporting our colleagues all across the country where there is pending legislation that would actually do that. So in California, just as a reminder, we passed the first law, and this is to your hardcore Democrats in the crew. I worked very closely with progressive Democrats in the state of California, and we passed the first law in 100 years that allows for the creation of public banking. And to show my intellectual humility, I'm going to say very clearly, this time about a year and a half ago, I was arguing with my colleagues saying, no, we want a statewide public bank. That we have one progressive willing to champion that, and we should stay strong on that. And we had several folks telling us, we think we could actually get this if you would be willing to amend the language to have 10 a pilot program to allow 10 local or regional public banks, but we think we could get it. And David, I said, this is a mistake. We shouldn't do it. We should stick to our guns, be for what we're for, don't compromise before the fight begins. And I was overruled by my colleagues, right? Because I believe in little d democracy and, the collective will of the group, et cetera. So, and I said at the time, a year and a half ago, okay, but I just want y'all to mark my words, that we're compromising before the real fight begins. And I have never been happier to say I was wrong, they were right. On a straight party line vote, Democrats in California passed not only the California Assembly, but the state Senate. Governor Newsom signed it. We now have the ability under law to create up to 10 local or regional public banks over the next, 7 years. And right now we're negotiating with the Department of Business Organization in order to promulgate the rules associated with what those are going to look like. And David, get this. Look, I'm a lawyer, right? And you're a smart guy. This. There are rules. And then there are rules, right? Like you and I could sit down and write rules that make it basically impossible to create a public bank, right? No matter that there is enabling language, the rules could be so stringent, so draconian, so difficult that none would happen. Or we could write rules that would make it super easy, right? So I want to be really transparent and say, I and others argued with the DBO to say, and we said, look, the state legislature and the governor signed a law enabling public banks. Public banks are good. They want to have these. You should make it easier to create a public bank than a private bank because of, and all the reasons why, right? Wall Street lobbied the hell out of the DBO and said, no. And public banks are public money. You should make it more stringent to create a public bank because it's public dollars. And to their credit, the DBO played it straight down the middle. And they said, public banks are still banks. So it's going to be just as difficult to create a public bank as a private bank. We're not giving you any, we're not lessening any capitalization requirements. We're not lessening any insurance requirements. We're not making it any easier. And David Feldman, they also said to Wall Street, and we're not making it any harder either. So literally that's where we're at right now. And I predict that by 2023, you will literally see the first public chartered banks, probably in this order: Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, and then those will be the first three. So anyway,
and
all to say,
this is something that we once had.
Well, it's interesting. It is absolutely something that we once had. Remember that there was a time when all money was sovereign money. And right now, this is crazy, David, but literally now in the United States of America, private banks are actually creating most of the money supply M1 in this country because it's debt, right? And they're able literally to make decisions on how the policy actually works. So the idea of public money, it's still using the fractional reserve banking. It's not as good as it could be. I mean, ultimately, I'm a fan of true sovereign money. Let's say that we, the people, collectively through our elected representatives, ought to create all money. We should get rid of private banks just as surely as we should get rid of private health care, right? Like, I'm a socialist. I believe that if things are fundamentally human rights, they should be provided as a matter of the social contract. I totally get it that there are, but that's what I want, but I can't get everything I want. So I do not let the perfect become the enemy of the good. It's why I work with progressive Democrats where I can, and you know that. Well, you know that there are a lot of leftists and Greens who hate me. They think I'm a sellout because I do that. Just like there are a lot of Democrats who hate me and think that I'm naive because I won't join the Democratic Party. My point is this. There are concrete solutions that we can implement right now, and we should implement them wherever we can. And public banking is one of them, and I'm very excited about that. And I haven't forgotten Dr. Fraud's sort of nudge to me. I need to get Ellen Brown on this program to talk about public banking. And I want to actually ask your indulgence, David, to have somebody who's going to do a more full-throttled, Green Party approach sometime. Because as you know, I actually navigate that. I'm not a partisan. So
we have some people who want to talk to you, and we have to get you out of here by 8:00. And so raise your hand if you want to talk to David Kopp, because I'm seeing things acting up in the Zoom room. Before we take a question from Bruce and who else? I saw somebody's hand raised. Are you worried that the left is out of new ideas, that we're reactionary, that we might find a better home among conservatives in the Republican Party? Because it feels like the enemy, which is the richest 1%, are smashing things up. They're playing fast and loose. They don't care what the future looks like as long as they can write it. We have big tech. They're not lefties, big tech. They're libertarians who want government off their back, and they want total freedom to write the future. Would we find a better home among reactionaries? Could we appeal to a post-racial, post-racist Republican Party who are conservative and reactionary want to return to Glass-Steagall, conservation, Roosevelt, breaking up the trusts. Would we have a better home in the Republican Party?
So, and I say this with kindness, David, I think the problem is that you're mixing not just apples and oranges, but now you've added vegetables to your fruit medley. So I'm going to back
I'm
off.
fetishizing the two parties.
You really are.
Yeah.
And I want to answer what I think is really your question, which is actually quite exciting to me. And that is, can we actually unite across a broad spectrum of ordinary folks for what you and I would call a progressive agenda? And I think the answer is yes. That absolutely will not happen within partisan.
Like Josh Hawley, for example, Senator Josh Hawley. He and I could find common ground, not on America becoming a theocracy, not on abortion, but breaking up big tech, breaking up the big banks. I think he's a dishonest broker, but you could make the same arguments in the Republican Party, but just not the racial ones. But no, you're right. Yeah, you can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the point that I'm trying to make is that I do believe that there is much common ground issue by issue, and that's why I always remember the insightful words of the great labor activist Samuel Gompers, who said, in organized labor, we will reward our friends and punish our enemies. And when it comes to electoral politics, he said, we will have no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. This is why I think, with all due respect, this sort of like constant Democrat versus Republican is missing the point. Remember that it was literally Richard Nixon who signed the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act.
But it was passed. That stuff was passed before he became president.
Oh, no, that's actually not true.
The Clean Water Act was, I think.
That
was on his desk.
I will stand corrected, but I can tell you this, that it is the narrative that I have, and I'll stand corrected, but that what we had were large movements that were actually forced Nixon's hand on many of these things. So what I'm getting at is this. I think what I come to real clarity that the Democratic Party are controlled by neoliberals who basically believe the market and capitalism is the answer to everything, and they're privatizing everything as fast as they can. The problem is, and that's the leadership, right? There are notable exceptions, few though they may be. Just as the current leadership of the Republican Party are actually neo-Confederates and neo-fascists. Right. And we have to come to terms with that. And that's frightening. And frankly, I don't think that either the Democratic or Republican Party are going to be up to the ecological and economic and political crises, multiple crises that are happening, which is why I am going all in on trying to work on helping people to meet material needs as the slow-moving collapse happens. There's not enough genuine progressives in Congress, whether they're green. There's not enough of us, even if we all voted, to actually get over the profoundly undemocratic nature of the U.S. electoral system. And I could easily go down and talk about how if we had proportional representation and ranked choice voting and we got money out of politics and we did all these things, but we can't do that fast enough, David. So to me, as you know, I engage in electoral politics. I engage in policy work with elected officials when and where I can, but I spend a lot more time with ordinary folks trying to help incubate and grow worker-owned cooperatives, housing cooperatives, participatory budgeting processes. In other words, David, what I'm looking for is let's find ways to collaborate and cooperate whenever and wherever we can. And I am an unapologetic leftist. And I say, and look on our website at Cooperation Humboldt, I'll work with anybody, even if you don't believe these things, but I'm not going to pretend I'm not who I am.
Right. Bruce?
Yes. Hi, David. This is a very exciting news about the bank, State Bank of California. And my question is the state required to use the bank? And I ask because I've been hoping for this to happen ever since the EDD department started distributing benefits through Bank of America. And I thought,
Yeah, explain what the EDB is. That
unemployment benefits came through Bank of. They used to send a direct check to the person applying for unemployment, and then about 8 years ago, maybe they started sending a debit card through the Bank of America. So does the unemployment, is it required to use this bank?
So Bruce, not this one. Remember that the law that we passed were actually for local or regional public banks.
Okay.
We were originally advocating for a true public bank that would have been able to do what you're talking about. So in this case, the state would not actually be using a public bank. It is our hope and expectation that we'll be able to move to a public bank whenever people get a chance to see how good it is, when they remember what it was like to have public money rather than private banking money.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Does it help when we talk about how bad things are? I do it all the time. All I do on this show is talk about how bad things are. But if you turn off the TV and you stop reading and you just walk outside, am I freezing here? Have I frozen?
I can. Not for me. I can hear you.
I think I just froze. Hang on.
Your video image froze, but I'm still hearing you fine.
I think this is better. Okay.
Okay.
If you go outside, it's not as bad as it's presented. Like where you live, up near Humboldt, how bad is it?
Listen, right? My life is great on a personal level, right? And like the culture, the politics, like we're doing pretty well. But I also think it's important to tell the truth. And the truth is that there is an ecological crisis. It's not coming. It's here and getting worse way faster than any of us believed. But wait, there's more. There's an economic crisis. And that crisis cannot be solved by capitalism or tinkering at the margins of capitalism, because capitalism is, in fact, the economic crisis. And the ecological and economic crisis are creating the political crisis of polarization. And that's the reason that it's happening so quickly, right? So you put all of those together, and we really are in the beginning stages of true systems collapse. So I think it's important to tell the truth, but not simply to be a doom and gloom sayer, right? I don't want to be, I don't want to either be Pollyannish, nor do I want to be Eeyore. What I'm saying is I take the world as it is, not as I want it to be. And I say, but how can we get the world to where I want it to be? And where do I have agency to do it? So I know when I come onto this program, David, that I'm having a freewheeling conversation with and let's be honest, a marginally influential person, right?
Very marginally.
But, it's true. You have an audience, right? People listen to you. People find you entertaining. Hell, I think you're funny, right? Like part of the reason, that part of the reason that I originally keep coming back was because you were cracking jokes left and right with our mutual friend. And
Mostly
I was like,
left.
wow.
Mostly left. Thank you.
I think you are really genuinely a funny person. And what I found is most leftists are not funny. Like they just don't have a sense of humor, right?
Well, Julie, thank you for your kind thoughts. I appreciate it. But are we doing a disservice? Because it's very reminiscent of what got Reagan elected. The doom and gloom coming from Jimmy Carter and the left being constantly harping on everything that's going wrong. In the late 70s, we were running out of oil. We needed to conserve energy. Well, we were partly correct. We weren't running out of oil. That was a lie. We had plenty of oil. We will never run out of oil. It's almost a renewable resource, the way they can find it, unfortunately. But we did need to conserve because of the environment. It was doom and gloom, and then the sunny, lying optimist, Ronald Reagan, came in and said, there's plenty of oil. You don't need to conserve. Life is great. That's what people want to hear. Are we falling back to old habits of just scaring people and creating paralysis? I think I contribute to that.
So I know that we only have 5 minutes left because I've got to jump. But with respect, I disagree with your frame about Ronald Reagan. Yes, Reagan had the whole Morning in America, but he also used fear of immigrants, fear of blacks, fear of, right? I mean, what Ronald Reagan was a master of was the big narrative. And I do think it's a mistake if our narrative is only critique. And I think that there are some leftists who are frankly not playing to win. They have sort of accepted that we can't really build a mass movement. So instead, all we can do is critique, right? And that's where identity politics comes into play, right? Because instead of actually trying to do something, you say, well, at least in this small little sphere, I can police people's conduct, police their language, watch for their pronouns, and play a gotcha game. Right. And what I'm saying is I'm interested in talking to those people who are actually still believing that it's possible to unite and build a mass movement on an unapologetic progressive vision, and we'll make mistakes and we do stuff. And that's, again, part of my thing is I like you because you tell jokes, right? Like I want to be around people who are going to have fun when we do the work, right? I want to be around people who, yeah, if I make a mistake, help me. If I make a mistake, I didn't do it on purpose. But I am so sick and tired of leftists who are dour and sour and are not actually trying to win.
Right. Before you go, the difference between Reagan and what we're doing now is we're posing, and I hate to use this term, existential crises. We're talking about life and death. And Reagan's gloom and doom had solutions. Hate black people, hate immigrants. Well, he didn't hate immigrants the way Trump did. The demonization, there's something sunny to demonizing people.
Sure, let's demonize the billionaire class.
That's what we need to do.
Those who are despoiling the environment and locking up children. Like there's plenty of people to demonize. And I think you know, David, that you and I and Dr. Fraud can very quickly get into I want to end with this. I used to always say, I only have one enemy. And that's my class enemy, because I have a clear understanding of how power actually operates. Sadly, I now have to say, frankly, I have two enemies. There's the class enemy, and then there are the members of my own class who are intentionally, whether they know it or not, are breaking with the fascists. I have members of my class who I thought I could win over who are really, literally going to go fascist rather than socialist. And I'm just trying to win over as many people as I can to the socialist vision, because I think that's the only path forward.
Great. You have to go. David,
I gotta go.
Thank you.
Dr. Fraud, great to see you.
Great. Thank you. So great. David Cobb, thank you so much. Joining us now is the host of Capitalism Hits Home. It's not just in your head. And she has a show on Pacifica Radio, Wednesdays at 2:30 on WBAI?
Right, at WBAI.
And what is the name of your show on WBAI?
It's called Interpersonal Update.
Interpersonal Updates. So picking up on where we left off, I'm a big believer in solutions as opposed to paralysis. And I think we have to couple the world is coming to an end because these people have too much money, and name check them and tax them into oblivion and make them as hated, if not more hated, than people of color or Muslims or homosexuals. I think teaching people to hate properly is a positive step forward.
Absolutely. And to hate their flunkies, like Manchin and Sinema,
right,
who have betrayed their electorate, and make it clear. That's why I think we should go, if the Democrats wanted or could ever risk actually going to people and activating them, of course those people would be finished, Sinema and Manchin, but they're not. They're not willing to go to the streets. They're not willing to get ordinary people angry. And that's something Trump did very well.
Right.
And we have to, because we too have enemies, and we can't go the way of Joe Biden, polite to the end and surely ending for us. If he wanted that agenda to get through, of course he could have gotten it through, but he would have to go to every neighborhood, be on every social media platform, getting people out. And they don't want to activate people. They're afraid of where it'll go because it won't go corporate, and they are corporate.
To the Democratic Party's credit, the Democratic Party of Arizona censured Kyrsten Sinema.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before in the Democratic Party. I know the Republican Party censures.
Yes, anyone who disagrees with Trump.
But for the Democrat, I've never heard of the Democratic Party censuring their own senator.
I didn't either, but they need to also organize demonstrations and information across that state, in addition to censuring her.
Right. And I think Bernie has been talking with somebody in the House about campaigning, running a primary challenge against Sinema and Manchin. They're not up for re-election this year. I think it's in the next cycle that they're up.
But we have to vilify them because they don't care. The lobbyists' connections that they have promised them lucrative jobs. They've taken so much money and they'll get so much more. They don't need these jobs anymore.
Right.
You'll get another flunky to do the corporate bidding. And they'll give these people a sinecure, some safe place. They have to be hated.
This is the problem with the Democratic Party. Mike Nichols gave an interview to the New Yorker. This was more than 20 years ago, and I never forgot it. He said, the secret to Hollywood is never tell anybody what you really want, because then they know what to take away from you. And a scrapper, somebody who really has fought their way to the top, knows what people really want and what to really threaten to take away from them. Joe Biden is a pampered little senator from Delaware, and he's surrounded by pampered little Harvard and Princeton West exec lobbyists who it's the white glove treatment. A real scrapper knows exactly what Joe Manchin wants and what he doesn't want taken away from him. And that is how you play politics. You go on Almost Heaven, his yacht, get to know him, size him up. What is this man's Achilles heel? What is it that I can take away from him that will destroy him? And that's how you bend him to your will. Those are the kind of Democrats we need. Chuck Schumer isn't going to do that. Chuck Schumer is a lightweight.
He's also got one foot in the corporate money bag.
Yeah.
They don't want to get people excited. And also, Biden doesn't care that much.
Right.
He's not willing to really fight.
Right.
He's not willing to rouse people to fight. He is a patrician, spoiled white man from a state that really thrives on giving corporations tax breaks. What do we expect? We're getting the kind of bland stating. He has huge bills and he states he wants them to pass. He's not willing to play hardball. He knows they won't pass. He doesn't care that much.
Right. The Republicans, God bless them, they will drop a manila envelope on the table.
And they will get their people riled up too.
Right.
They will go to the people and get them riled up and get them hating. And so that, Dr. Fauci's children are afraid because they're so irrational and hateful. And if I don't suggest choosing targets like Dr. Fauci trying to bring science to the American people, but grotesque lobbyists, there's 5 lobbyists to every congressperson in our Congress.
Right. Right.
And when I looked this week following a hunch, when I looked at Adams's appointments, I found
the new mayor of
New York City. I found 6 deeply corrupt people. Not the head, but on his housing team, his housing transition team is Rick Groper, probably doesn't want to be pronounced Groper, but he was in the Camden Property Group, and he is the manager of that. They own that building that burned because they wouldn't replace the automatically closing doors. And they had 18 complaints about doors. He also is in on the Bronx preservation stuff, which has thousands of complaints back years. He also has on his roster for his new economic czar on development, Carlos Izura, who was an informal, not declared lobbyist, but who was offered and interested in the $100,000. Tim Zeiss, who is a developer who is so hated, the Housing Preservation Department does not want him to get anything because his buildings are so terrible. People are freezing. They get splinters from the floors. There are rats. There are roaches. The doors don't close. That's who he was working for. And now he's going to be in charge of development. What kind of development and for whose benefit is he going to have? Also banks he has.
Where was the left in this race, in this mayoral race? There was nobody to vote for.
Garcia was the most progressive of all, and she lost by very little.
And we had a comptroller who we liked. I forgot his name. But then he got...
Lander?
I'm sorry?
Was it Brad Lander?
Somebody got Me Too'd, and he had to step down.
Yeah. Oh, no. I know who that was. Yes.
I can't remember.
He got chewed by a woman who worked for the opposition. I can't remember his name either. It'll come to me later. But Adams also hired as his deputy mayor Phil Banks, former NYPD chief. Well, the day after Eric Garner was murdered by police, Banks took off on a vacation with 2 known corrupt people and went around in a Porsche gambling and having fun. And he did not come back because a man was murdered by his own force. And now he is the deputy mayor. In addition, Adams hired his brother, whose latest experience was assistant head of parking at Virginia Commonwealth University. He wanted him to be in charge of his special guard there at $242,000 a year. And when people said, hey, what's his qualification? Besides, he's your brother. He said, he makes me feel safe and I'm the mayor. Well, he got so much crap. He demoted his brother, who now is only going to get only $200,000 a year as his private security person. So what are we talking about? His chief of staff, Frank Caroni, is totally mired in corruption. So that what we have is people who are involved in the Democratic Party and who have sold out to corporations, fleecing poor people for extra money. When they looked into the housing violations after this happened, they found over 2,000 closing door violations around the city. And those are mandatory, particularly in buildings that have poor people, because those buildings don't have sprinklers. So their only chance when a fire starts is to contain the fire with a firewall of a closing door. So what are we talking about here? Are these people going to represent the poor of New York City? Doesn't look like it. And so that this is really a hoax. And I think it shows the deep connection of the Democratic Party and all of these guys, because Frank Caroni used to be the Democratic Party council. And what are we talking about? I think we have to face that the Democratic Party is a corporate party. It's sort of capitalism, slightly lighter than the Republican, in fact, much lighter than the Republican Party. But of these two capitalist parties, no one will represent the mass of people. And, Adam said how he was such a populist. He's starting stop and frisk again. He reinstated solitary confinement, and he's hired thugs. So what do we, I think we have to look at the Democratic Party and say, we can do better. We can do better than capitalism, and we can do better than the Democratic Party that is so mired in capitalist corruption.
It's not just capitalist corruption. The party, especially cities, have learned to balance their budgets on the backs of the poor, not just by denying them services, but keeping them in permanent cycles of debt. It's a shakedown operation where you look at poor people and they are a natural resource where you can extract cash, keep them working, but keep them in debt, keep pulling them over, fine them, give them tickets, and that's how you pay the bills, by looking at every.
You can't afford. You can't afford to tax the rich, because who will give money to your campaign then?
And they'll tie it up in court. The rich have accountants and lawyers, so the government won't pick on somebody their own size. They pick on the middle class, small people. Right. And that's every time a black person gets pulled over for a busted taillight, they are given a ticket, because that's the job of the police. That's how you pay bills.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the building on Columbus Circle, a very central place, 59th Street and Central Park West in New York, has all these apartments with secret doors. 75% of them, I read, I haven't checked this myself, but I read, are owned by people who are LLCs. They don't even have their name on it.
Right.
They're basically safe deposit boxes for the rich.
Right.
And nobody is going to do anything about it. Jeff
Schneiderman.
3,000 violations in the Bronx, fire violations, and some of them dating back years. If after 3 years they don't fix them, the city should take over the buildings and make it affordable housing. That's obvious.
Right.
So many units. It's
eminent domain. It's the Fifth Amendment. They could do it and say it's eminent domain.
It's an injury to public safety to have it continue. That's right. And then New York would be an affordable city.
New York is empty. Manhattan is empty. It was empty before COVID. It's always been. What did you describe these apartments as?
As safe deposit boxes.
Empty safe deposit boxes. They're literally building assets. They're constructing on Fifth Avenue South these pencil-thin skyscrapers that nobody lives in. They don't have to. They don't want to, because they leak and they're all breaking down. They are so you could hide $220 million, and it's artificially propped up by oligarchs and money laundering operations.
And also there, and sometimes dictators hide their money there.
Yeah.
So, when they're finally kicked out, they can come and sell the apartment.
Eric Schneiderman was the attorney general before he got caught beating up women during his sex acts. He was going to crack down on all these apartments. He was going to make it so you couldn't buy an apartment in New York unless you revealed who the buyer was. But
I think once you declare that, they're going to follow you. That's what happened with Spitzer, who declared his investigation and punishment of the banks. They're going to follow his every move. So if he tries to import a prostitute, they'll nab him. And so you have to really be clean if you want to go after rich people.
Yeah.
The New York Times had a series, which was very good a few years ago, where they studied the block on 57th Street between, I think it was 5th Avenue and 3rd Avenue. So 5th, Madison Park, Lexington. 75% of the buildings, of the apartments there, were not lived in full time. And not just away for the summer either, but they were owned and as safe deposit boxes for the rich, who's maybe their kids went shopping here a couple of weeks a year or whatever. The same thing is true with the Louis Meyer building at in Brooklyn, at the park right across from Prospect Park, at Union. What is it called? Union Plaza, right there at across from the entrance to the park. A lot of those apartments are owned by people from Spain or Portugal or elsewhere as an investment, but also as a safe deposit box for their cash. And so that's why rents are so high.
And we have homeless. They don't even have the decency. The people in charge know why there are homeless in New York City.
Of course they do.
They don't even have the decency to build homeless shelters. They know, like, one apartment building goes for $200 million in Manhattan, but nobody has $200 million to build homeless shelters.
Exactly. You know, one man, the same day as the fire that killed those 17 people, 8 of them children, in the Bronx, a man bought the most expensive apartment, not apartment building, just little apartment on Central Park West for $190 million.
So what is happening to me, Manhattan is smoke and mirrors and a lie. As far as I'm concerned, every store you walk into is a lie. A mom and pop grocery is anything but a mom and pop grocery. Nobody can afford those rents. It looks like a mom and pop, but they're owned by venture capital who just brand them as mom and pops. That's not a family. There's no such thing as a family-run grocery in this city. They'll tell you it's family-run, but they're a front for venture capital.
Well, I think that's exaggerated because I think above 110th Street and on the Lower East Side, there are big differences. I live in Stuytown, which is, you know, it's owned by Blackstone, a huge corporation.
Evil. Isn't Blackstone evil?
Evil, huge corporation. However, it is not owned by absentee people. It really isn't. And it's not owned at all. It's rented. And this whole neighborhood, from around 14th Street down to maybe Houston. It's small, you know, and there's a lot of life on the streets and a lot of music and a lot of people and a lot of, unfortunately, poor homeless people too. But I think in New York, if you live above 110th Street or above 138th Street even, it's a different story from if you live on 57th.
I suspect that Wall Street has so much money that has to be laundered. And I know I'm a broken record about money laundering, but there's something like $70 trillion that has to be cleaned. They can make, you know, these venture capitalists, they get their hands on this cash. It's got to go somewhere. And somebody sets up a chain of locally owned Guatemalan mom and pop shops. And they're just fronts for venture capital who have a chain of Sub Rosa grocery stores. I can't imagine anybody being able to afford the rent in New York City unless they also own the building. And that has to be an investment firm. We have financialized every aspect of New York. Everything is.
There are pockets. There are people who are here on rent stabilized rents who are on, on lower rents than by law. There are a lot of people rent controlled, rent stabilized in the neighborhood, but we are losing as they build higher and higher buildings.
What happens to this city when the office space is not only overbuilt but empty? The new reality is New York City is not coming back, not because of COVID, but because the rents are too damn high. You run a company. Why would you pay to lease office space when you can have everybody work from home and everybody would prefer to work from home? I don't see Manhattan real estate coming back. What are they going to do with it? What are they going to do with these empty buildings?
Well, the office buildings, I really don't know. They should be housing the homeless, as should be the hotels. But I don't know what they'll do with the office buildings. But I do know that New York City, that this country has changed. When yuppies have a little money, they don't go remodel a house somewhere in the exurbs outside the suburbs. They want to be in the city. They don't have kids. They have dual incomes. They want to be where they can go to do things and where there's a lot of life. And that's the city. It's not the dead suburbs. They're not there in Westchester. They're in Manhattan. Now, they're often yuppies. And between the yuppies and the absentee owners using apartments as safe deposit boxes, a lot of housing is gone. But New York will be a magnet because of the life, because increasingly people don't want to be in the suburbs and have kids.
But what life is there?
Themselves in the city.
But what is the life in Manhattan when it's unaffordable?
Well, if you're two people with yuppie salaries, you could afford it.
But so food and art caters to upwardly mobile a-holes.
That's right.
That's decay. That's the end.
No, it's decay. It is definitely decay, and you'd need a socialist movement in this country and a redistribution of the wealth. Look, there's 740 billionaires in the whole world, and most of them live in the United States. Just taking all of their money but 500 million, leaving 500 million to them, which is a ridiculous amount to leave to them. We could solve the homeless problem. We could give everybody universal health care. We'd be fine.
Right.
But there has to be a socialist movement and a socialist domination to go anywhere near that, because look, we have a pay-to-play democracy here. That would have to change. You'd have to do what France and Germany and all of Scandinavia and the rest of the more developed thinking world does, is not allow any private money in elections and have proportional representation. So if the socialists got 10% of the vote, they'd have 10% of the seats in the Senate and the House and so on. You need massive change. And Americans are just beginning to wake up, and they're ahead of their politicians. They're not going to work. They're on a passive resistance to work and leaving work and refusing. And also, of course, they can't fill those jobs because they have kicked out the immigrants who were the people who would work for crap at horrible jobs. And so, they're refusing. Labor is organizing everywhere. People who draw comics on strike, architects on strike, people who never did it before. The Chicago Art Institute, my God, people who thought they were above labor are now striking.
They got rid of the docents at the Chicago, the free white women who donated their services to the Chicago Art Institute were said, send packing. You have to be paid, and
that's right. You have to
no
be
more
paid.
No more white wealthy matrons.
Right. Who then take the jobs away from people who need to work for a living, or they point, well, we could get that job done for free. No. People are really without a movement that is strong enough for them. with a weak AFL-CIO, they're still doing it. Their class consciousness, and this is very hopeful, is being showed by the fact that they are not working or they're on strike. That is huge.
Right.
And I think we have to have hope, and we have to say, of course, they're showing us a labor party is needed here. Labor is unrepresented, and labor is in turmoil. Right. Either people are quitting or they're on strike. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands, and many more. Well, if you count the people who aren't working, then it's many, many, many millions.
Right.
They say 4 to 5 million, but it turns out if you look at the figures differently, it's more like 11 to 12 million.
Right. We have a serious problem in this country because we don't have a news media that reports on what somebody like Janet Yellen is saying. She was the head of the Federal Reserve. Now she's Secretary Treasury, and she went to Davos and spoke. She didn't go to Davos. Because of COVID, she had to do it virtually. When you hear somebody like Yellen, who's still in a position of power, she didn't say this when she was chairman of the Federal Reserve. She nibbled around the edges of this. But as Treasury Secretary, she gave a speech last week that was not reported, where she talked about something called modernized supply-side economics, where she said supply-side economics doesn't work. It's a failure. It stifles economic growth. When you cut taxes for the wealthy, when you deregulate, it doesn't benefit it's bad for business. It's bad for the economy. That money concentrated in a few hands with no regulation doesn't. They
don't need to spend it either. They have so much they can just, put it away, buy apartments here and there.
And she calls it modernized supply side economics, which is a euphemism for a social safety net. That if the government invests in childcare, schools, roads and bridges, free tuition at public universities, that trickles up. It's not trickle down, it trickles up into...
It does, but they don't care. They're just in there to make money. Take the money and run. It's not really... the verbiage they pay for, they get people... intellectuals to excuse what they're doing, but really, and put a pretty face on it. They're just accumulating more for themselves. And that's what it's about. And it's out of control. And I think only a socialist movement would take control.
It's a socialist movement that repeats over and over again. It has to be repeated over and over and over again that it's good for the economy, it's good for business when there's a social safety net, that you repair.
The thing is, we have to know that, and we have to know if there's going to be any social safety net, if there's going to be any kind of justice, if there's going to be a life for people, there has to be a socialist movement here, a class transformation of this country. So a man isn't virtuous because he's rich, which is what people think. No, you have to do something constructive with your life. And people have to be taxed from their untold billions. Trump has lost his businesses. He has had 6 Chapter 11 bankruptcies. He got $214 million from his daddy. He did nothing to deserve it. And the wealth tax has gone from $600,000 just in my lifetime, $600,000 that you could leave to each child, to $11 million. Well, if you're going to give people an equal start, why does the first 11 million tax-free? And then if you want to transfer paintings or jewelry or gold or set up trust funds or education funds, those are all tax-free.
Right.
So that what you're doing is you're giving the country away to the 1% and then the other 19 or 20% that serve them.
Yep. We can't even... We can't forget getting the rich to pay their fair share. Forget that. We can't even get the IRS funded.
Because they were gutted. And who they go after is not the people with the fancy lawyers.
Right.
You have to redo it. And the only way to do it is to redo the economic system. So we are not a capitalist country, or at least not an unalloyed capitalist system. We could be capitalist like Sweden.
Okay.
But with so many taxes and so many restrictions. So, if you close a factory, you have to get everybody a job, you're fired.
Right.
Okay. That even in Germany, every business that hires a larger group of people has to have a representative of the workers on the board of directors and the representative of the neighborhood. Because, of course, in a capitalist system, if you're in a town and the town hires all the workers, then you want to move to China. Too bad for the thousands of people whose lives are destroyed. It's your personal decision for profit. That's outrageous. And people would have to realize, wait a minute, we've been had. And not only realize it as they already are doing beautifully now. I don't want to be part of this. This sucks. I'm being used. I'm out. But together want something better. That's the real thing here. And that's what David is working on, He's trying to create an alternative.
Right.
There are lots of ways to do it. Militant labor movements, strikes, neighborhood groups, but with a socialist awareness. This system has to change, or it won't help racism, it won't help sexism, it won't help forced heterosexuality, it won't help any of those things.
Right.
There was, what is the name of the woman who wrote 1619? Jones was her last name. Yeah. She was asked to give a speech on Martin Luther King Day. And what she did was she took excerpts from his speeches and put them together, but she changed the word from Negro into Black, so nobody would know it was a dated speech. And people said, that's too radical. It has no business here. After she spoke, because he said, you must end capitalism to end racism and so on. It was very interesting that those were Martin Luther King's words.
Yeah, I've said this before. Martin Luther King in America is a cloud. You get to see whatever you want. You look. What does Martin Luther King look like to you? Yes. And people take him out of context and they twist him into different contortions. And so you can hear Tucker Carlson saying that if Dr. King were alive today, he'd be against affirmative action and against critical race theory, because you're not allowed to remind people of who Dr. King really was.
And what he stood for. And also, you're not allowed to remember that most of the country didn't support him in 1963 when he gave his I Have a Dream speech.
There was a poll, we have to wrap it up. There was a poll after the Civil Rights Acts were passed of New Yorkers. We started talking about New York City. New Yorkers were polled, I'm not talking about New York State, New York City in 66, 67, and a vast majority of New Yorkers felt Dr. King and the Civil Rights Acts of 64 and 65 were excessive. This is the silk stocking congressional district that, is so liberal. They, and Leonard Bernstein inviting the Black Panthers to dinner parties. Most New Yorkers weren't too keen on Dr. King. We have to wrap it up. Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Give Them an Argument, as well as...
No, I am the host
Not Give Them, I'm sorry.
And it's not just in your head, and now on WBAI at 2:30 on Wednesdays, Interpersonal Update.
Thank you. Sorry,
it's okay. You're wonderful.
I'm on muscle relaxers. My back went out. Thank you, Dr. Harriet Fraad. Let us now go to a country that's better than America, and that's not saying much. Canada. Thank you, Dr. Fraad. Professor Adnan Hussein is chairman of the religion department and over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. Thank you for joining us. I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, but picking up on what Dr. Fraad is saying, how do we frame this to the American people? To me, when we talk about changing, let me take a stance here that I think I believe. I'm moving further and further to the left. I think capitalism, I think it would be nice if we tried it. I don't think this is capitalism.
Right.
I think so. I think the pathway to socialism is through democracy. I think this country is America is very stupid, easily frightened. So how do we get to socialism, which I would favor, the nationalization of banks and businesses? Without it, I don't see how we do it without reframing everything, and without it being peaceful. I think if it's too militant, the FBI and the Chicago police are going to come together and treat us like Fred Hampton.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is the kind of question that we're always asking ourselves over the course of American history on the left, in the labor movement, in the former Socialist Party, in the era of Eugene Debs, but also with the civil rights movement. And, you were just talking about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the various ways in which he's appropriated and made to mean for different Americans with different orientations and interests. But, during the end of his life, I've mentioned it before, that very famous, it wasn't so well known, but it has become subsequently quite famous, his Three Evils speech from August 1967, where he basically said we have to fight against racism, we have to fight against poverty, and in other words, the inequalities of capitalism, and we have to fight against militarism and combat this war in Vietnam and U.S. empire abroad. That was a very coherent vision, it seems to me, of what the key challenges were then, coming out of the 1960s, when there was this social change, revolutionary fervor to improve society and accord civil rights. And I think, frankly, that same message is needed today. Those are the three key components. But I think what you pointed out is democracy. I mean, that's the problem. You look at the Americans think that they're not socialists. I mean, they think that, they've heard so much about it. They have, legacies of the Cold War and, the last, decade and a half of neoliberalism has suggested that there's the triumph of capitalism. You've got no alternatives. That's it. The best you can hope for is some small, modest, minor policy changes on the margins here. But if you look at what Americans actually are interested in, what they support, they definitely want what we would think of as democratic socialism. So if we actually had a democracy, if we had more opportunities for collective action to reflect the will of the people, we would have healthcare, universal healthcare. We would have a basic, livable wage in this country, and we'd be moving towards transforming our economy and our society away from, dirty and destructive fossil fuels towards, something much more sustainable for ourselves and the planet. But we don't have enough democracy for that will to be expressed politically.
And so with Dr. King and lifting all boats, racism is used as a cudgel to keep white people from believing in government and believing in social services, because white people have been trained to believe that government means helping black people who don't want to work, even though the numbers speak truth to that lie. Right? You have
right.
the welfare is more whites.
That is exactly what Ronald Reagan managed, it seems, to accomplish. Or if he didn't accomplish it, he managed to represent and embody those resentments, concerns, and anxieties about the gains that were made both politically and socioeconomically through government programs with the Great Society. But I mean, even as Dr. King himself mentioned, is that the Great Society never actually accomplished its complete goals. There were some very positive developments that took place, but in that very same, speech, he said, and everyone loves the I have a dream speech. It's very interesting that in his own words, he invoked dreams and dreamers. He said, we were the dreamers of a dream, that dark yesterdays of man's inhumanity to man would soon be transformed into bright tomorrows of justice. Now it is hard to escape the disillusionment and betrayal. Our hopes have been blasted and our dreams have been shattered. The promise of a great society was shipwrecked off the coast of Asia on the dreadful peninsula of Vietnam. So even at that time, that there's all this resentment for government, doing, all these programs and policies to aid what was seen as one segment, one that was incorrect. It was obviously meant to lift all boats. These were programs that, were universal in orientation. Maybe just proportionately they assisted black folk, but that's only because black folk were disenfranchised and suffering disproportionately. But even then, I mean, the Great Society never really fully achieved its aims because the administration was bound up in this war in Vietnam. U.S. empire undermined the possibility to really democratize the benefits of the American dream. And so that's why Martin Luther King in 1967 is already saying our dreams have been shattered.
Mm-hmm. Earlier, I mentioned this quote from Mike Nichols, the great comedian turned director, who said, I read this 25 years ago, he said, the best advice I can give you about show business is never tell anybody what you want, because that informs them of what to take away from you. That's how they bend you to their will. They find out what exactly you want, and then they know what to take away from you and get you to bend to their will. So what I really want is a government that provides a baseline for everybody. Food, shelter, education, security, healthcare, clean water, just the basics, social workers, schools and then if people want to play the game of capitalism, if they want to compete, if they want to play soccer or baseball and compete and be divisive, go ahead. But in the end, there's a baseline that there is not just a safety net, there is a bed that's nice that you can sleep in every night. That's what I want.
Well, that's not so much to ask in, 2021 in the wealthiest society in the history of the world. I mean, a simple minimum of human dignity isn't too much to ask, that you would have the benefits of good reasonable education for everyone who needs it and wants it, shelter, food, medical care. These are absolute minimums. And basically the point you're making is that these should be decommodified. They should not be considered commodities for sale and for profit making. These are public goods, public utilities for a minimum standard of a decent life in a modern society. I mean, it seems a core minimum. I mean, I might argue, hey, we should go even further, and we could have those debates and arguments, and we'd be in a much better place to make the case if we actually had some firm ground and foundation for a standard of life that was shared universally. Then, as you say, okay, if some people want to, they need the incentive of a little profit for their innovation, and they want to invest in some research, or they've got a great idea, and it means a lot to them, to pull in investors who expect to make money in order to achieve that vision of a new invention or some new technological advancement. Okay, fine. I mean, I'd love to see all of that, removed ultimately, but you could tolerate that if there was an absolute minimum guarantee. But the problem is once you get those groups that are engaged in profit making, accumulating enough capital, they inevitably, it seems, they have to be watched constantly and regulated and constrained, because once they have enough capital, their first goal is to find ways to undermine that social safety net,
right,
in order to increase inequality so that accumulation, can continue. And the way they have to do that is they have to suborn the democratic system of government. I mean, it cannot be democratic.
I think of myself as when I was younger, and my animal spirits that they talk about. Oh, you've got to unleash the animal spirits of capitalism. That's what creates all the innovation in the world. I remember my animal spirits, and I know what my animal spirits are right now. I'm competitive, and I'm hateful, and I'm resentful. I'm a human being. And
this show is evidence of all of that.
I have an enemies list.
The animal spirits are out.
Yeah. But it's not about, I want to be comfortable. I want to make money. But when I became a comedian, I wanted to be famous, and I wanted the world laughing at me. But I never thought about the money. I never thought I'm going to make a lot of money. I thought, I'm going to be funny and famous, and all the women who wouldn't sleep with me will blah, 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 all that stuff. Thank God I didn't get famous. But people don't do things for money. We're too smart. The truly creative, the truly driven, the great baseball players, they're not thinking about the money. They're thinking about destroying the opposition. So I think this is a conversation that needs to be had on is it Laszlo or Maslow? I confuse him with the guy from The Third Man, the hierarchy of needs.
I think it's Maslow, isn't it?
Maslow's
I'm not positive, but
we need to have a conversation in this country as to what constitutes a baseline of non-commodifiable needs. I don't think we've had that conversation in this country.
Of course, we definitely have not had that conversation. It's seen as a complete pipe dream to even talk this way. It's astonishing that.
But wouldn't it be great to have a show where you could have, where you would think somebody could assemble Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and ask them, what is a bare necessity? What would you be willing to agree? Mitch McConnell, ask them, what is a bare necessity that everybody should have? And they would say, the tools.
Yes, that's right. The opportunities, the tools, and then you have to let them sink or swim. There's no safety net. I mean, so that is definitely the neoliberal, and I think the PMC kind of orientation is, well, just get an education, equip yourself with the skills, and we should have a society where the opportunities are there. But they think of opportunities in very abstract way. They don't think really about all of the social factors that go into a person actually being prepared, being capable, and actually having real opportunities. Not you could go to a job interview, but what goes into actually getting you even to that point. That's where, if you had the strong social safety net, the universal programs, and what you're talking about, decommodifying basic goods like education, decent housing, and so on, then you can talk a little bit more about meritocracy, because you have, you don't have the inequities that already help predetermine the outcomes. Maybe not on an individual level for every individual, but in aggregate, and that's the thing, is that they always play upon the fact that there are cases where an extraordinary person, everything, either they have some extraordinary drive or some extraordinary set of circumstances that allow them, that they could come from, a poor family and rise, to the heights of success. There's always a couple of cases of that they can point to then make that seem as if that's the typical paradigm and judge everybody else negatively against such a standard, even though it doesn't take into account at all any of the social conditions that actually do, serve as obstacles to more people. And this is everything that you find out, is that, even in athletic competition, you find out that once you actually open up the field and allow those who were excluded to be included, within a generation or two, the whole situation looks dramatically different. And it's obvious that some people benefited from the fact that others were excluded from this arena of competition.
They draft, the universities draft people from the, what would you call it, from poverty or lower class. I hate to use the term lower class because it sounds like, I happen to think Bill Gates is
working class.
The working class. They draft them. They tap them on the shoulder, and come with us. It'll look good to bring you into this, into the ruling elite, and you'll help perpetuate the myth of a meritocracy. We'll get a couple of you up through the ranks, and
it's not that it never happens. So that's the point, but if you don't have sociological analysis, you can't see that these are exceptional cases that could be explained in a variety of ways, and not just by the determined individual, that if we all just, acted in the same way, we all could. Because that's the whole point, is that we can't all, under this system, we cannot all have those, conditions of success and material well-being. We cannot.
Our entire economy is predicated on luck. 1/3 of this economy is financial services, which is entirely about luck. They will tell you otherwise, but it's all luck. If you make money on Wall Street, it's luck. If you outperform the markets, it's luck. And then the other third is our healthcare sector, which is all luck. You get sick in America with a platinum health insurance program, your luck ran out. Your financial luck ran out. You have a sick kid, doesn't matter how well you're covered. Your luck just ran out. So this whole thing is luck, who you were born to, who helps you. It's all luck, and they just hammered down this idea, no, it's about working hard and just believe in the lie.
That's the thing. Americans do work hard. See, that's the thing. They work longer hours, and yet there's still many millions who don't make it. So it clearly cannot be about the individual working hard. So that's when they say, well, work smarter. You have to have these skills. Of course, if you don't equip yourself with education, you haven't created the opportunity for yourself. That's what you need to be doing. But, how do you get, the opportunity to get a decent education if you haven't had a good high school, if you hadn't had a good, primary school education. And then you got to take out incredible loans because tuition, which in a state school used to be virtually nothing, used to be almost free for an entire generation of people, suddenly, was made unaffordable. And they said, well, just take out loans. I mean, that is really unrealistic kinds of argumentation, this kind of vision of society is what really needs to be confronted. This idea that it's up to individuals, in a kind of meritocracy. We do not live in a meritocracy. And that's become increasingly clear to people. And that's why we have populism and resentment against the elites. And a kind of nascent class consciousness is because people realize that they are working very hard. They have done everything that they needed to do to guarantee themselves in previous generations for a decent standard of living, but it's not available to them now because of the inequalities that have come with dismantling these universal programs and marketizing absolutely every corner of our lives.
And we have a culture, and by culture I mean movies, plays, TV, that document the richest 1% as ruthless, vindictive, and nasty. And the message is, in order to get to the top or get a taste of what the top has, is you have to be vindictive, ruthless, beyond competitive. You have to be a sociopath. That is the TV shows and the movies that expose the way the ruling class works trains a generation of middle class, working class people to think, oh, if I want to make it, I just need sharper elbows and sociopathic behavior. Because the creators think they're doing a service by exposing, I love Succession. I think it's a masterpiece, but it reinforces the messages. If you want to get ahead, you have to be as brutal as these people. Because it's just a game to them. They don't care whatever their company makes is an accidental byproduct of serving themselves.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. I haven't finished the season 3, but it's clear that the youngest son, who most resembles the father in, being pretty ruthless and generally uncaring about others and the consequences of his actions on others, is the one who's rising. And the eldest son is, never going to make it because he occasionally shows a little bit of care and regard for others, right? And that's deadly. So I think right,
Wall Street, the Michael Gordon Gekko. I remember when Wall Street.
Yeah, I remember that.
Michael Douglas played him as a hateful, despicable character.
But it was an inspiration, probably, to so many. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing. And I find myself even watching, I couldn't stand the youngest son, in the family.
Roman.
Yeah, Roman. That's right. His name is Roman. I thought this is the worst character of them all. There's nothing interesting about him, but I'm seeing him rise and I'm kind of fascinated and I get it. I'm understanding. And yet I find myself less, they're all horrible, but I'm finding myself less, condemnatory of him. I just feel like, well, he's picked up the way you have to behave in order to advance, to gain his father's trust. He's doing what was necessary, whereas the other son just clearly never could develop the inner fortitude to not care about anything except his own advancement, and that's his fatal flaw. And so I've become a little, I was a little sympathetic toward him, but I also now there's some sense of contempt for him that has been created by the whole atmosphere. That why is he so weak and he keeps making the same mistake over and over of caring about others, about his siblings, about he wants to be ruthless, but he fails to actually follow through. So you're absolutely right that this is meant, I think, broadly to be a real critique of how corrupt, bankrupt, and vicious this elite is. But in some ways, it is glamorizing and naturalizing the critique. So
what I think causes it? I think it's the mechanics of acting and writing. All those actors. By the way, I recommend Succession. The Sopranos. I love watching evil people. The problem is Gandolfini, who is I think Gandolfini is the greatest actor who ever appeared on television. But he's the greatest. And I think the actors on Succession are great. But in order for them to play these characters, they have to inhabit the characters and show their humanity and show them as being complicated and sympathetic. The rules of television and movies dictate that, the Oliver Stone movie W about George W. Bush, which I love, it's a very sympathetic portrayal of a war criminal. And Josh Brolin plays George W. Bush, and you can tell that Josh Brolin got into that character and began to see the humanity in him.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I think that's what you're suggesting on some level is your genuine enemies. You can't afford them to be humanized.
Right.
Now, you shouldn't dehumanize others to make them enemies, but your genuine enemies, the people who do oppose your, progress, who deny you your rights and make it impossible for us to share an equitable, decent society. They are our enemies. And if you humanize them, you are definitely undermining the chance to really mobilize successfully.
It is not, you're not being an artist. I love Oliver Stone. I think he's one of the bravest directors ever. But there's no humanity to a person who lies his way into the Iraq war and can enjoy shock and awe and know that these bombs are being dropped and thousands of innocent children are being killed, and then try to make a movie that shows the Oedipal nature of this war, that his father never believed in him, and would you humanize Hitler? Because as far as I'm concerned, the difference between George W. Bush and Hitler is numbers. How many numbers? Hitler put more numbers on the board, and it was a different theater to perform in. I want to see the mind of a demon, not something that I can then, what they're offering is something that I can relate to. I don't want George W. Bush to be relatable. That's part of his venality, is that he acts like he's a relatable human being. So that W, great movie, but it does a disservice. It's not, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on with this problem. I've been very distressed that Trump, the specter of Trump humanized George W. Bush in our culture broadly. And this movie sounds like it's really, I haven't seen it, but it sounds like it's just a reflection of that kind of liberal intelligentsia that recovered George Bush's image as a counterpoint, and simply because the Bushes came out and opposed Trump, and this just whitewashed all of the crimes of those previous administrations and the hundreds and thousands of people who suffered as a result. It would be interesting to have a movie that actually explained to us and tried to investigate how it was that somebody like George W. Bush seems not to have lost any sleep in the course of 2003 2004 as the bombs go down? Why was he so composed? Something there should be explained. Like, what kind of a person is capable of that? That I would like to see an explanation for.
There was a movie called The Comey Rule, starring Brendan Gleeson, playing Donald Trump. It was fantastic because Brendan Gleeson came to it from a place of hatred. He played him as a disgusting, flatulent demon. And, Shakespeare, Iago was a villain. There was no, you can play up the villainy and have it be enjoyable. Richard III was kind of sympathetic because of the way he was born, but just a pure villain. So we need to start demonizing people in our art. There are bad people who we don't need to. Professor Adnan Hussein, who is on the Mujlis podcast and who is on Guerrilla History?
Well, I do want to tell you about Guerrilla History, that we are having a special collaborative session with Danny Haifong of Black Agenda Report to do a Q&A session with us and him and the rest of the Guerrilla History crew. So you can post questions for us to answer and discuss on Twitter if you go to @Guerrilla_pod and just post what you'd like us to talk about. But I want to invite everyone to a talk I've organized for Muslim Society's Global Perspectives with Dr. Arun Kundnani, What Was the War on Terror? 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Tuesday, and you can register for the Zoom online talk at queensu.ca/MSGP, or just follow me on Twitter to find out information about it at Adnan A. Hussein, Husain. And he was on one of our most recent Mujlis episodes talking about Islamophobia, the war on terror. But he'll be giving a talk, and he's the author of an excellent book, The Muslims Are Coming, from Verso in 2014. So I do encourage people to attend tomorrow and check out the Mujlis and, check out his book.
And I saw that picture of you. What was the body of water that you were walking?
Oh, the St. Lawrence River.
This man walks on water. You were walking across the St. Lawrence River. You're the Messiah.
Frozen.
Huh?
When it's frozen.
Oh, that explains it. When we come back, thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein.
Thank you.
When we come back, we will be joined by Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer Peter B. Collins, and we're going to talk about what's going on in Ukraine. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, and don't forget office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. I'm going to be able to do this. My software just crashed again, so I can't play Henry Huckamaki's interview again. Thank you, Apple. Thank you so much. Let me, hang on, my thing. This is, okay. We will be right back, I hope, with Peter B. Collins.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He will be joining us in about an hour. Let's go to San Francisco, the Bay Area, Marin County, where Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer Peter B. Collins is standing by. Welcome, sir. Ukraine.
Hi, David.
Ukraine.
Yes.
Don't we have to spread freedom and democracy? Don't we need to go to war to protect?
We got to support the freedom fighters.
Yeah. I mean, Putin is amassing 100,000 soldiers on the border. He stole Crimea from us in 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
It's appeasement. If we don't fight Putin, at first it's Crimea, then it's Ukraine, then it's Belarus. Next thing you know, it's Latvia.
The dominoes are just all lined up and ready to fall.
Yeah. How, in all seriousness, should we be concerned about Ukraine? Does Russia, are they entitled to Crimea? Are they entitled to Ukraine? What's going on?
Well, that's an arguable point, but historically, Russia views Ukraine as part of its greater sphere of influence. It was a critical part of the Soviet Union, and Putin in particular believes that, it was a huge loss, and that his vision of manifest destiny is to draw the line that Ukraine is where NATO must stop and Russian dominance will prevail. And I think that, we have layers of official disinformation that have been now compounded by Russiagate. And we have members of both political factions in our country chomping at the bit, eager for a confrontation with Putin. And they fail to really look in a realistic manner at the lay of the land there. And Putin has many advantages, not the least of which is the massive deployment of his troops along Ukraine border and to the north in Belarus. Now, I have never been to the region, and I don't want to pretend here that I am any kind of an expert. Doesn't prevent me from having strong opinions. A route into Ukraine via Belarus takes you right into Chernobyl land. And are there Russian troops that are willing to penetrate the Ukrainian border and just march right through Chernobyl to get to Kyiv?
We're talking about Kiev, right? Kiev is where Chernobyl was?
No, Kyiv or Kiev in the Western pronunciation is several hundred miles south of Chernobyl.
Okay.
So the Russians can come in from the east, moving westward toward Kyiv, or they can try to come in from the north via Belarus. I find that to be a less likely scenario. But let's back up a minute here to look at what brings us to this brink. And that is America's outsized belief and faith and support of NATO. And just in the last week, Biden gave that almost 2-hour news conference where he stumbled and fumbled and really blundered, particularly on this issue. Because, number one, he hedged on exactly what level of provocation that Russia would have to present for the U.S. to trigger the massive sanctions that we say will bring Russia to its knees. And he contradicted himself by first saying that he had great faith in the unity of NATO. And then he said, well, actually, we've got a few problems in that. And just in the past few days, Germany has fired its Navy secretary, I think it is.
He spoke the truth.
Yes, I have a quote I can pull up from him in a moment.
He asked for his resignation. He realized he goofed.
Yes. And in addition to that, in an attempt to arm the Ukraine, which of course is run by a comedian who had the perfect phone call with Trump, the British refused to ask Germany for passage through its airspace. But that didn't stop Britain from grumbling that they had therefore to fly around Germany to bring supplies into Ukraine and I think some NATO neighbors. This has produced a range of sniping among the most critical NATO partners. And Macron, who is up for re-election in France in April, essentially tried to, without quitting NATO or putting a huge wall between France and NATO, he offered Putin dialogue with Europe, not with NATO. And so as we look at this, the U.S. is once again, potentially embarking on a military misadventure that is based at salvaging NATO. And I talked about this last week.
I interrupted you. Tell us what the German naval secretary said.
It's an article by Joe Laria, and it's at consortiumnews.com. Joe is a friend of mine who is quite an accomplished journalist on international affairs, and he is a longtime UN reporter for the Wall Street Journal. So the admiral who resigned was K. Achim Schonbach, the head of the German Navy. He said talk of a Russian invasion of Ukraine was nonsense, and that Russia is merely seeking respect for its security concerns in Europe. Here's a quote. Schonbach told a meeting of a think tank in New Delhi on Friday, "It's easy to give him, Putin, the respect he really demands and probably also deserves. My minister," he continued, "asked me, what does Russia really want? Is Russia really interested in having a small, tiny strip of Ukrainian soil to integrate into their country? No, this is nonsense. I think Putin is putting pressure on it because he knows he can do it. And he splits the European Union. But what he really wants is respect. He wants on a high level respect. And my God, giving someone respect is low cost, even no cost." And Schonbach also acknowledged that the Crimean Peninsula is gone. It will never come back. And I agree with that. It's tough for some people to accept because I never felt that quickie referendum of the people of Crimea and the Donbass about Russia taking over Crimea was really legitimate. But hey, we have presided over far less legitimate power grabs and land grabs historically.
There are a lot of Russian-speaking citizens of Crimea, which was Stalin's gift. Didn't Stalin give up Crimea and give it to Ukraine? Wasn't Crimea once a part of Russia?
Yes, I believe it was. And I do think that it was either at Malta or one of the other meetings with Roosevelt and Churchill toward the end of World War II when that carve-up was made.
So this admiral, this German admiral, spoke the truth. The Germans don't want to upset Putin because they've gone off nuclear power after Fukushima, and they need gas. And there's a new pipeline that's about to come online.
Nord Stream 2.
And what is that?
It is a underwater pipeline in the Baltic Sea that brings Russian gas into Europe. And it's not active at this point, but Nord Stream 1 currently provides, I believe, 40% of the natural gas supply that Europe is relying on this winter. And prices for that natural gas have already gone up substantially. So politically, Putin has Europe over a proverbial barrel. It's not barrels of oil, it's barrels of natural gas. And so the U.S. is in a position to lose a whole lot here, but I see very little that America can gain. And we talked about Biden benefiting from a distraction from domestic affairs, but the risks are quite large. I will note that I didn't have time today to research actual defense stocks, but last week the stock market went down 5 days in a row, and today the market recovered a little bit, and I have to believe that it's not that we've tamed inflation or killed COVID. I think that Wall Street is saying, oh, well, our defense stocks are going to be carrying us through this unstable period when the Fed raises interest rates and tries to reduce the interventions that have propped up Wall Street through the pandemic. So we're at a very critical stage here. And we are relying.
I just want to point out, because I said on the show, the market dropped 1,000 points today, but it did recover. So it was on a roller coaster ride today. So the Dow was up less than 100 points, but NASDAQ had a pretty good day, and the S&P was. But it was more than just rocky. It went into correction territory. So you're saying that they said, whoa, wait a second. We're going to go to war. This is good for defense stocks. And if gas becomes more expensive, that's good for oil companies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So, to me, when I look at Joe Biden, when I look at his team, which includes Victoria Nuland, who was, she has worked for Democrats and Republicans, but she and Joe Biden were Barack Obama's key people in Ukraine in 2014. And it was that period that led to Hunter Biden's payday at Burisma that we're told is, no big deal, personal family matters and all that stuff. But relying on their judgment, and Antony Blinken, who, is very tight with Biden, but we, I think, are going to learn the true limits of the wisdom of Joe Biden on foreign policy. And of course, he was part of the gang that supported the invasion of Iraq and the occupation of that country. Stephen Zunis, maybe you met him in San Francisco. He's a professor of politics at USF. And he likes to put up in social media reminders of Biden ignoring testimony from Zunis and other academics who warned against the invasion of Iraq. And so I can't point to more than one example of Joe Biden's wisdom on foreign policy, and that is that he was the apparently only or one of just a few voices in the Obama cabinet who opposed the twin surges into Afghanistan while Obama was president. I agree with Joe Biden on that, but he's Mr. Same Old. And, you know, when you look, for example, at the way U.S. treats Russian allies, like Cuba and Venezuela, well, Biden is embracing the legacy of Trump on both of those issues, and he is ignoring the legacy of Obama on Cuba. Obama was bad on Venezuela. And so we believe that we have the right to starve the citizens of our neighboring countries because we don't agree with the regimes that are in power. And yet we are now lecturing Putin. Let me just, I have to unplug for a second to reach back here, but I have Sunday's New York Times front page. And this is so similar to the run-up to Iraq. Headline, Russia is said to plot for ally to rule in Kyiv. Britain sounds alarm on plan for puppet. So I'm a student of bylines. When I read a newspaper article, I look at who wrote it and pay attention to the history of these people.
Is it David Sanger?
Of course. He is Mr. Pentagon mouthpiece.
He was provoking Biden during the press conference, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yes. Along with Michael Schwartz, who I don't know, and Mark Landler, who was a major promoter of Russiagate. Now, the byline that's truly missing here from this piece of crap is Judith Miller. But this is one of those unnamed sources coming out of the United Kingdom and being parroted by American officials the same way that Dick Cheney parroted Judy Miller's coverage on the Sunday talk shows just a few weeks before we launched into Iraq.
Right.
And so, you know, this follows the coverage we discussed a week ago, where we have accused Russia of planning to create false flag incidents in Ukraine to justify an invasion. And as I said last week, that's plausible. But we know false flags better than any other nation on earth. Right. And we've got more in our collection. So as you look at this critically, we really have to ask ourselves, number one, is Joe Biden up to the demands of this impending crisis? Number two, is he listening to anybody who is telling him to put the brakes on? Because today, the White House announced that they have alerted American forces that 8,500 might be sent to NATO countries as soon as later this week. Now, we were told that the U.S. will not intervene. And let's ask ourselves, 8,500 U.S. troops against more than 100,000 Russians on the Ukraine border? What are they going to do?
But we
play
spend
video games, work on their Wordle?
We spend more on defense than the 12 countries below us combined, including Russia. We've spent all this money on defense. I refuse to accept that we can't go up against, I'm joking.
Well,
so all this money for defense, and yet we can't stand up to 100,000 troops in the Soviet Union, and in Russia. Interesting.
Well, we're not staging to do that. Today we had a little practice round where coming out of an air base in the United Arab Emirates, we claim that Patriot missiles took out incoming missiles from the Houthis in Yemen. And, this is a developing story. So at this point, I can't determine how true it really is. I've always been doubtful about the effectiveness of anti-missile devices and systems, including the Iron Dome in Israel.
I'm so glad you're saying this. Do you remember?
They're heavily hyped.
Do you remember Bill Sapphire? You're probably the only person who remembers Bill Sapphire's reporting in the New York Times after the first Gulf War about the Patriot missiles, how they didn't. Do you remember this?
Yes. And
you're the only person I know. You are. Go ahead, please.
Well, the source of that reporting was a great guy who I've interviewed 3 or 4 times, Ted Postal.
Yeah.
And he never went postal. He is a retired or emeritus professor from MIT. And he has done very detailed studies of Iron Dome, and before that, the Patriots. And it's all press releases, okay? Sure, in certain circumstances, they can knock something out of the sky. But the kill rate is somewhere between 10 and 20%. But Raytheon and the Pentagon and the Israeli government always say that it's 80 to 90%.
Right. And excuse me for 1 second.
Yeah.
I cannot believe you remember this and you know about this. I'm in awe of you. During the first Gulf War, Saddam Hussein was firing Scud missiles at Israel. And we deployed to protect Israel because Israel promised not to get involved in the first Gulf War because if Israel got involved, it would kill the coalition. And Saddam Hussein figured, I'll bomb Israel with a Scud missile. The Israelis will have to get involved, and that will destroy a coalition of Arab countries that don't want Israel involved. So America gave Israel these Patriot missiles, and everybody celebrated the Patriot missile. Look at it. We can shoot missiles out of the sky. Look at that. It's what Reagan had promised 3 years earlier about Star Wars. It's the beginning of Star Wars. And then Sapphire began reporting about this, a Republican columnist, and they discovered that these Patriot missiles didn't shoot the Scud missiles out of the sky. And when they did hit the Scud missile, these Scud missiles created a lot of damage. They broke up, they shattered and landed in bad places. And we've just accepted the lie that we can shoot missiles out of the sky. One of the last things Obama did was he planted, I believe, Patriot missiles in Japan or somewhere when he was pivoting to the Pacific. He did something that provoked the Chinese by putting anti-ballistic missiles in the Pacific. And I remember thinking, they don't work. They don't work. None of these things work.
Well, David, one of the most memorable and bizarre radio interviews I ever did was with a guy named Sonny Bono. And he had no political experience except being mayor of Palm Springs. And he decided he wanted to run for the U.S. Senate. So I did this hour-long interview with him, and we started off easy talking about Sonny and Cher and music and Palm Springs. And then I got serious with him, and I said, Sonny, what do you think of the Patriot missiles? And his eyes started to move real quickly, and he got real nervous, and he said, well, I like what I saw on TV. And I said, well, what do you think about what Professor Postal says, that they don't actually work? He said, oh, I haven't heard that. And in the next 2 minutes, he took 3 different positions on increasing, decreasing, or leaving the defense budget the same. And at the end of it, he said, why did you have to ask me about those Patriot missiles? But I would like to recommend to your esteemed audience an analysis from Scott Ritter. And I've talked about him before.
Yes.
He was the one who told the truth about no WMD in Iraq. And he paid a huge price for it. They framed him for pedophilia. He spent a couple of years in state prison I think in Pennsylvania. Anyway, he's a man I deeply respect. And a lot of people are allergic to his recent work because he gets paid by RT and he publishes columns that are not censored by Moscow. But his latest piece is at Consortium News, and that's the site that Robert Perry set up, and Bob died a few years ago. And he riffs off the phrase that is used by Jen P. Psaki, by Biden, and by Tony Blinken about this massive toolbox that they apparently got on a closeout deal before Sears shut down. And that, we have all these tools in the toolbox. And they include sanctions like he's never seen before, and all of this threatening language. And Ritter's headline is, America's toolboxes are empty. And he explains various scenarios, for example, like putting troops into Poland and other steps that the U.S. conceivably could take. And he basically concludes, let me jump to the end here. He said, the toolbox is empty. Russia knows this. Biden knows this. Blinken knows this. CNN knows this. The only ones who aren't aware of this are the American people.
Right.
And we are at a new low. If you thought the media malpractice in the run-up to the invasion of Iraq was extreme, well, we have a new level because of the increased partisanship of media coverage. And so we also have Democrats who have pivoted from being against George Bush's war in Iraq into supporting anything that they think will put Putin in his place. And they have no idea of the consequences. And so a nation of sheeple are sitting there with their remotes, flipping back and forth between the football playoffs and the cable news channels. And they know a lot more about the football teams.
Well, they're allowed to.
Right.
They're allowed to. And it's West Exec. It's all the West Exec lobbyists. That shop is making foreign policy for the military-industrial complex. I like to think that it's brinksmanship in the service of the contractors who make our bombs and missiles, and that it's a game being played because Russia sells weapons to Turkey. They make money selling weapons. If they create artificial hotspots, it's good for both our economies, but this isn't about a hot war. This is about creating the belief that we need weapons.
Well, and David, it's hard to know because we have to rely on American media for this, but Russia has claimed development of a hypersonic weapon. And this would blow right past our defenses. The Patriot missiles would be, pedaling like Flintstones, trying to keep up. And if it's true, this could be the venue where Russia will debut a single hypersonic weapon, just like we debuted atomic bombs in Japan in 1945. And if that happens, this could be very short. And then it's going to be, okay, let's dish up the respect. Let's appease this guy. Hey, you want Poland? And I can't predict, but I want to raise that point because, again, it's not being discussed by the rented generals who are now back in their perches on cable news.
They're all in it. We have to wrap it up. It's what Michael Corleone observed when he was in Cuba, when the rebel jumped on the hand grenade and said to, what's his name?
Castro or Che?
No, when Michael Corleone says to Hyman Roth, he said, I saw a guy jump on a hand grenade. He was, with Castro. He said, Batista surrounds himself with mercenaries. He said, they're not going to jump on a hand grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Not to take anything away from our military, but there are a lot of mercenaries, a lot of contractors who work in our military, and the people at the top are eyeing jobs for contractors, Boeing, Eric Prince. It's why we haven't really won a war since when? Not to take anything.
I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, not to take anything away from our soldiers. I support our troops. I don't support the people in the military who send our troops into hot spots without the proper equipment.
Mm-hmm.
I do not support the generals because they're all going to get rich once they leave.
Well, and they can be as bad as Petraeus and these other people who kept the Afghanistan war going for years, knowing what the end game would be, and filing false reports and spending billions of dollars and putting American lives on the line. David, before I exit here, I just wanted to give a brief update. Back in September, I was sharply critical of the FBI based on BuzzFeed's revelations regarding the so-called Wolverine Watchmen.
Yes.
They were reportedly plotting to kill Governor Whitmer or kidnap her and hold her hostage.
Let me bring Professor Mary Ann here, because
Sure.
she's also been on top of this story before everybody.
Hi, Mary Ann. So finally today, what are we, 5 months since we discussed it on your program, the New York Times has finally published a piece in advance of the trial coming up on March 8th of 5 men charged with participating in that plot. There were a dozen FBI agents and a handful of others who were paid informants or aligned with the FBI. There were more government infiltrators and handlers than there were schemers. And the FBI wrote the script, paid people fairly handsomely for orchestrating all this. And the New York Times gets a little bit of credit for actually covering it and presenting the defendant's side of this story. But they do it in that typical, false equivalence presentation, where they still give the government credence for the claims that it has made. And so I just want to encourage people to watch this critically. It's not likely to get much coverage because it would force the networks that bought the story lock, stock, and barrel in 2020 to admit they were wrong. And I don't see anything in this article in the Times today that even hints that they got it wrong. But I do encourage people to keep an eye peeled for it, because it is another case of a big FBI frame-up. And because it is not Muslims this time, it's white Trump supporters from mostly Michigan. It'll be very interesting to see if the right-wing media play this up as a way to try to demonize the FBI, which it deserves, and to blame all this on Biden somehow. So,
I'm all for honey traps that lock up white militia members.
Okay, go ahead.
I have no quarrel. I think if you're in a militia and you're playing with AR-15s and assault weapons, and you can convince these people that they have no idea if the guy they're playing war with is legitimate or an FBI agent, I like that. I'm sorry.
You may. The problem with it is that it became part of the election dynamic. Right. And for the FBI to stage that and pull their ripcord just weeks before the 2020 election, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of J. Edgar Hoover, although if you look at the FBI infiltrating the KKK, they were able to defang some of the firepower of the KKK by doing to the KKK what they did to the Communist Party, which is make everybody suspicious. So we do. Look, entrapment, honeypots are legal. There are some bad hombres, as they say, playing with assault weapons who happen to be white nationalists. They're a danger to our government. And if the FBI wants to infiltrate and find out how far some of these people are going to go and convince them to do it, it's unfair, but it's nice to see it being done to white people for a change.
Well, they have continued to turn a blind eye to Atomwaffen, despite the disclosures of murder plots that they carried out that were successful. And I'll just end this by saying, when they came for the Wolverines, David Feldman did nothing because he wasn't a Wolverine.
To which I reply, you gotta go for somebody. You're a government, you have the police, you gotta lock somebody up.
There's always got to be a them,
yes,
as opposed to us.
Well, but I know who's not us, and they are the white nationalists marching in the woods with weapons, and I know that corporate executives are not us. Lock up these Wall Street robber barons. We have to lock up somebody. I can come up with 2.5 million people to lock up.
Anybody can, and it's all the 99%.
Well,
they got us all turning each other in. I mean, like, perfect.
Well,
that's a perfect tyranny.
Well, you haven't seen my enemies list. We need an enemies list, and that we can agree on, and start locking them up. Thank you, Peter. Because it's upsetting, but we do have a problem with an FBI that seems to care more about the Black Panthers still than the militia. So
indeed, yeah.
Thank you, and of course, Muslims, and hanging out in mosques. Thank you, Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com for a literal treasure trove of interviews, radio shows, podcasts. peterbcollins.com. You're amazing. You're amazing. I'm thrilled that you do this show.
Bye, Peter.
Bye, Marianne. Take it away. Thanks for the extra time.
And you have an amazing memory. You have an amazing memory. It's incredible. Well, Marianne Cummings is a professor of physics, particle physics, I believe. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
I have no idea what that means, but particle physics. Particles, yes. And you are also our only elected member of the community. You were elected Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois. And what are we going to do about the Democrats? I cannot do a show. Like, I get up every morning and I make notes about what I want to talk about. And all I want to talk about is how much I hate Joe Biden. And I'm thinking, you can't just talk about how much you hate the Democrats. I mean, it just, at some point, it gets monotonous. I mean, I hate McConnell. I hate McCarthy. But to me, I'm torn because it's so easy to hate Trump. And you turn on the news and it's always, we got him. Tonight we got him. Trump is in trouble. What are we going to do about these Democrats?
Well, it's not about what we do about them. It's what we do ourselves. And what we do ourselves is that we enable all of this stuff. When we say vote blue no matter who, or I've got to support this, we've just basically given them permission to be as awful and as they can possibly get away with for the benefit of their donors. For instance, I mean, here's... Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was thinking over the weekend, F it. I'm going to do what Professor Marianne Cummings. I'm going to say, you know what? Let them lose the House. I mean, I'm not going to vote for my congresswoman. I'm going to look for a third party candidate. And then I thought, that's privilege. That there are people who will really suffer if we lose. Well, first of all, she's going to get reelected. It's a safe district. But my saying, F it, let the Democrats lose the House, there would be real suffering, wouldn't there, if the Republicans...
There's real suffering anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom 0.5% of this country is losing ground. Precipitous. We've just lost whatever this bit of good with the $300 tax credit for kids, which of course only applied to people with young kids, but that was something.
Right.
Because thank God for Omicron, because it got a 3-month pushback on the ending of the payment of the suspension of student loan payments. I mean, the Democrats have done very little except for make the change we really need almost impossible to get. They've just basically been a block for the last 20 or 30 years against any progressive legislation or any progressive policy of a widespread nature being implemented by the Democrats. I'll give you an example. I mean, everybody was all up in arms about Louis DeJoy as Postmaster General. Well, Biden just recently has made clear that there is going to be no major change in the post office. He has nominated a couple new people to the board. I don't know who they are. Dan Tangerlini, don't know, and Derek Kahn. One of them's a Democrat, one of them's a Republican.
Really?
Yes. So the board. So nothing's going to change.
Well, why would he do that?
I don't know. Kahn, according to The Hill, is a Republican who worked in the Trump administration and for Senator Mitch McConnell. Making him unlikely to remove DeJoy. Maybe that's, his great bargaining chip.
Yes.
Build back better.
Yeah.
And basically McConnell took it. And now what? Mitch McConnell has absolutely zero incentive to do anything that he wants.
Well, but McConnell said, I will do blank if you put this. Yeah.
I think that's literally true, David. He will do blank. As in nada.
But at least it makes sense. It's keeping the wheels.
In a narrow political way, it makes sense. But, they've... DeJoy appears to be set on privatizing parts of the post office. The Congress is considering a Postal Reform Act, and it's going to, part of it is going to be something like a $46 billion in financial relief to the U.S. Post Office. That also includes like slowing down first-class mail and expanding commercial package delivery, at least, in other words, subsidizing FedEx and UPS and other private carriers. So, there we go. That's extremely consistent with what Biden, at least what remains of his frontal lobes, seems like. At least his lizard brain basically kind of like jives with that. That's his instinct. That's where he wants to go. He doesn't want anything to do with any FDR reemergence in the Democratic Party.
Right. How bad is it in Illinois right now in terms of the weather and the homeless and COVID, and what are you dealing with
I've got to like dig my car out of my driveway, but I should have done that earlier, but I need some exercise, so I'm going to do this. We're still at about, in my zip code, we're still at about 44% vaccinated, and I think that is just 2 vaccines, not the vaccines plus the booster. It's a poor, largely Hispanic zip code, and nobody at City Hall seems to be interested in the fact that a big chunk of the city is not vaxxed.
Poor Hispanic, you say?
Mm-hmm.
So the people who take care of our kids and our elderly and touch our food?
Yeah, you would be correct there. I mean, they're in every broad community, like the very affluent suburbs of Chicago, which is we're in the middle of, needs a place like our neighborhood. So needs a place for the low income people like myself to live, so we can do stuff for the well off. And That's exactly what this area is. Right. And you're right. There's a lot of people working in food prep. There's a lot of people who are working in hospitals. I've been in the hospital often this last couple of years with my friend who has been dealing with the fallout of a traumatic brain injury from a car wreck 2.5 years ago now. So, I see it. But, I see the people who work there. I see the people who live in this area. She's got good karma, though. She's a former community college professor, and she meets up with her former students. She's always meeting up with them in the ICU. But anyway, that's the way. That's.
Does this remind you of the Carter years? It's worse, but back then, the hostages were taken. We felt impotent. We had just lost. We lost the Vietnam War. We were being deindustrialized.
Yeah. I mean, Carter, I didn't really pay too much attention. I paid way more attention a few years earlier as a kid with Nixon, and we got rid of Nixon, and then we got rid of his VP, Gerald Ford. We thought that was, great. And Carter just seemed to be okay. It's another Democrat. I wasn't old enough to really appreciate Carter, and I wasn't either for the good elements of Carter, because I think if Carter had been,
what were the good elements?
Like the second term, I think there would have been way more emphasis put on getting us off the oil,
right?
Getting us to energy efficiency. And I know that Professor Harvey J.K. has explained things that I was not aware of all at the time. I was aware somewhat later that he had in fact signed legislation to deregulate the savings and loans. So that much did.
And the airlines.
But I didn't vote for Carter. My first time voting, I voted for John Anderson because Carter was turning too right-wing. Ziggy Brzezinski, I thought, my God, you're national security advisor, and you got somebody who grew up under the Iron Curtain, behind the Iron Curtain. That's not a dispassionate guy looking out solely for the security of the United States. This guy has an agenda. I knew that at the time, so I didn't vote for Carter. And then I woke up and what a nightmare! Reagan was elected. And
do you worry that what this country is thirsting for right now is a Reagan type, a sunny optimist who's going to come in? FDR was a sunny optimist who said, we can beat this depression and I have ideas. And he cheered everybody up. Are you worried that?
I mean, a sunny optimist who is kind of out of touch with reality and has like dementia. We got that right now. I mean, I think, yeah, there were a lot of people with Reagan, like even my parents, who were staunch Democrats, but nonetheless, they were kind of like tickled. Wow, we remember seeing him in the movies and that kind of thing. I don't think people have that feeling toward Biden. I think people would have really liked a Bernie Sanders type populist. Unfortunately, there won't be one forthcoming in the Democratic Party in 2024. And there may be like doppelgangers on the Republican side who will be running on that. So that's probably what the Democrats, which, everybody sees the polling and, COVID has not gone well, and the fallout for COVID will be felt by at least half the country. Now, the laptop jockeys, or as you would say, people who read email for a living, which means
that was Professor Liu who said that.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is that they feel that everything's great. Our 401ks are recovering, whereas people in my neighborhood are really suffering. And I remember distinctly Pappy Bush, just about nagging everybody at one of the debates that, hey, the recovery from their last recession is almost a year long. What are people complaining about? But it was a jobless recovery. Or the jobs that were coming back at the time were low-paying jobs. It always seems to be that way. It's recovery for the top 20% and higher, and everybody else treading water or getting worse. So when a candidate or president's rhetoric is not matching people's reality, then that party has a problem. And what concerns me, we've been talking about Ukraine, but there is one tried and true way for a party who is in serious trouble politically, facing a set of elections, manages to save itself.
Right. And that would be?
Going to war.
So let me ask you.
And a real war with Ruskies, finally.
So that's what I wanted to ask you. Has America changed? Transpose 2001 to 2022. We're attacked on 9/11. Knowing what we know now after 9/11 and the 20-year war and Vietnam, can a president take us to war? Aren't we divided? Aren't we divided?
99% of people are not involved in it.
I'm sorry?
And the war, people... I think people don't want to go to war. There's not a big feeling to go to war. I think if we do go to war, there won't be the enormous. Maybe there might be. I might be I might be the one who's changed. I might be the one that's more jaded. But I don't know if people are going to go on the street by the millions like we did protesting the invasion of Iraq.
Biggest anti-war effort in American history didn't stop the war.
I've got pictures of my own parents on that big anti-war march in Detroit, holding up, drop Bush, not bombs signs.
Right.
Were pigs flying that day? I don't know. That was an amazing day. So.
But when you saw Milley testifying after Afghanistan, before Matt Gaetz, before Republicans being disrespected, can this president lead us into war without the Republicans trying to stop it?
Well, the Republicans might try to stop it, but there might be one thing holding them back. They probably won't do it directly because it turns out that a good chunk of their base aren't interested in war. Like Trump was speaking out against the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war. He was popular because he was speaking out against these foreign incursions, when our infrastructure was crumbling. He
made the deal. He
negotiated us getting out of one, but he expanded Obama's drone program. He basically did what the military-industrial complex wanted him to do.
Didn't Pompeo make the deal that we had to be out of Afghanistan by the spring of last year, or they would start attacking our troops? Wasn't that?
I know that the original deal was pushed back against by the Democrats the year before, and Liz Cheney, not Lynn Cheney, that's her mom, Liz Cheney, suddenly became, who had been pro-Trump completely up to that point. That summer to 2020, when Trump is now messing with her daddy's war, that's when she went to war against Trump. So, the pullout date was April the 1st, and the Biden administration postponed that date. And I think people are trying to give Biden credit. Okay, give Biden credit, but really the Taliban decided they'd had enough, and they were just taking over. The government we spent 20 years propping up fled, and but it seemed like the Taliban pretty much abided by the terms worked out by the previous administration.
Right.
There was this bombing. It wasn't them at the airport, but they pretty much let our troops. I mean, it was a remarkably orderly withdrawal of our troops without major incident to our troops. And, but Biden is very much at war with Afghanistan, and it looks like there's going to be some massive starvation unless we reverse some of our policies withholding international aid to that area. So, and we've bumped up our war budget. I know Mila does not like me referring to it as the defense budget, and she's got a point. I'll refer to it as the war budget. What was that for?
Well,
oh, that's right. War with the Ruskies. God damn it. Never got around to that war.
Right. But now we have an opportunity, but we don't have, he can't send us into war. He can't. I just don't, we don't have. Look, what they can or can't do, of course they can go to war with Russia. I mean, they could have war. Can we win? Who wins that? I was listening to a bit of Peter's talk about that, and I forgot about Chernobyl being right in the middle of all that. Going, wow, okay, world's biggest wildlife reserve outside of the Arctic Wildlife Reserve. Right.
But anyway,
Biden going to war with Russia would be like Biden finding Mamie Van Doren in his bedroom. It's he wants to do something, but the flesh is weak. I don't think
he may think he's looking at her. I mean, who knows what goes on in his mind right now? I mean, is he really reading through national security briefings like Bill Clinton and poring over documents and having meetings with the Joint Chiefs of Staff over strategy and diplomacy? I don't think he's doing any of that.
He's going back to Delaware every weekend. Half his time is in Delaware, and they don't tell us who is visiting. They won't release the visitor logs as to who's coming to talk to him in Delaware. Who do you think? Yeah,
well, he's got Anthony Blinken or anything. I don't know if Anthony Blinken is a Dick Cheney, but he seems to be sort of the guy in charge. And apparently, we're going to, from what I read in the papers online, we're going to be sending $200 million in military aid to Ukraine, deadly aid. So, let us recall that the current corrupt government that we're trying to prop up, we and many of the European countries were instrumental in installing back in 2014 or whenever it was.
Our foreign policy is being orchestrated by Blinken, stinking, and nodding off. Wasn't that Blinken, Lincoln, and nod? Isn't there an old joke from the?
Yeah, Lincoln, Blinken, and nod.
Yeah, Blinken, Lincoln, and nodding off.
That's good. Who's ever came up with that?
I just came up with that.
Oh God! Okay, mind of a comedian.
I just
and
not that it was good.
The
but
West Exec guys were far more kind of financial analysts as much as anything else. So we're going to this war. It's our perpetual war has kind of been what's driving our economy now, because I think that's our major export.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's Hollywood movies. Cars.
I understand China is now making movies that are very entertaining that demonize America, that make us the bad people, and it's very watchable, and it's very easy to hate American imperialists.
Even Russia is doing it. Okay, so I absolutely adored the series The Americans. I was kind of sad when it was over, but it was very good. However, there's two Russian versions of The Americans. In other words, young Americans who have come to Russia and were raised as Russians and they're spies. And one is a sitcom, apparently, but the other one is very serious. And kind of serious sort of, this is what the CIA has been doing all along. And I've heard it's actually quite good. Very good production values and things, like the actors are great. And so I would kind of like to, after I'm done, binge watching Better Call Saul and about a dozen other programs, maybe I'll get around to it.
What are you binge watching? This is important to me because I'm done with Succession. I've watched Succession 3 times now, and I need something new.
I'm watching The Mandalorian every time I go over to my parents' house. I watch episodes of The Mandalorian with my mother, and then we'll watch episodes of Boba Fett, and then we'll watch episodes of Ahsoka, the series, the spin-off series with that Jedi played by Rosario Dawson. I have to finish watching Stranger Things. I have to finish watching Ozark. I mean, that was, I stopped watching. It was almost getting too intense, but I really want to watch that. I want to get back to watching that. And I abandoned The Wire years ago. I've got to finish watching that. And that's sort of what I'm doing. And, here there are campaigns in the dead of winter. We are going door to door for signatures. I was doing it for my friend Rachel Ventura this past week. I'm going to be doing it for Junaid Ahmed, who is, I guess, coming on your show next week.
Yes, it was going to be this at 6:00 tonight. Tell us about your guest, please.
Yeah, well, Junaid was a Bernie delegate, and he was he was loosely connected with our progressives of Kane County. And Kane County is a county that's huge. It still has about overlaps with 4 congressional districts, and his is the one to the north of us, up and up. If you can imagine the Fox Valley River, it's about 35 miles due west of Chicago, and there's all kinds of small historic towns up and down this river. And Aurora is one, then Batavia, Geneva, St. Charles, and then 10 miles further north is Elgin, and that's where Junaid is at. So his district is very interesting, and it had a large Hindu population. It has a significant Muslim population, and I think this time around, just parenthetically, I think the people like Junaid, who is only running because he's just dismayed that the squad hasn't been able to make an impact, that they were trying to play nice with the Democrats, and it is not working. He's got 2 kids in high school, at least 2, and, he says nothing's getting done on climate. So that's what kind of pushed him over the edge. because this year is the year of redrawn districts, I'm urging anybody who's still on the fence about running or supporting somebody who's primarying a corporate Democrat to get on board with that campaign, because I don't think people thought much about this. A lot of these districts, the incumbent will not have their natural advantage. I mean, the current configuration of the 8th district is only about 30% of the former district in it. So that gives you less of an advantage, and that is an opportunity for challengers to rise to the occasion. So, and I think Junaid is already a threat, because there seems to be a shadow candidate that has a Muslim name. He hasn't raised any money, but they're trying to get him on the ballot. And we think that that's basically, being put up by his opponent to split the Muslim community. I think that Junaid is appealing to far more than the Muslim community, but the Muslim community is important up there, and they tend to be very progressive. They were Bernie supporters the last time around. So
that's great to know.
So, but apart from that, I'm just saying what I'm looking at the outside. But Junaid, he says, boy, I do not need to do this, and I do not want to make this a career. He's got his own business. He's just doing this because A, he can, and B, he feels he needs to. And not necessarily in that order. I think he feels he needs to do it, and he is able to do it. But as he tells me, do I really want to be doing this? And I said, well, if you don't want to be doing this, then you're somebody, but you're doing it anyway, then you're somebody I'd want to support.
Right.
So,
well, I'm really grateful. What we're trying to do moving forward is have on every show have a candidate who's running for the House or the Senate. And I think that will inspire Americans to not feel paralyzed and powerless. That's what they want.
Or jaded. And I mean, look, I understand disappointment. I just understand feelings of hopelessness and, just kind of nihilistic tendencies. But when you see people like that, another candidate I'd like to have on is my friend Rachel Ventura. You had her on your show last year, and she was running against Bill Foster, did very well, but she decided this time around she needed a win. And I think she's in a very good position to win. She's running for state senate. And again, this is around the Will County. That's just to the south. Joliet is to the south of Aurora.
Bring her on, please.
Yeah, because she was so discouraged. She was basically running. She was a campaign manager for John Lash's mayoral campaign last year. And that was soundly defeated, where the Democratic organizations were supporting the Republicans, not John. Now we find out, even though he swore up and down he had no further ambition, the guy who won last April, the incumbent who got reelected, is now just announced that he's running for governor as a Republican. And people are shocked and dismayed. I'm sorry, what I'm telling you guys.
Here's my fantasy. We have to wrap it up because Professor Mike Steinel is here. Here's my fantasy. Before I give up on the Democratic Party, here's my fantasy. That we're going to lose the House, the Democrats, and rightfully so, because there's nothing, it doesn't matter if we lose the House and the Senate in the midterms, because Biden can't do anything with a Democratic Senate and House. So we might as well have the Republicans in charge. I know this sounds glib. So in 2024, the Democrats have somebody to blame, to run against. And what we see at the end of the midterms are more members of the squad, a far left infrastructure. No, we're not going to see any third party Congress candidates elected.
No, I mean, it's structurally set up
So
against third parties.
So my fantasy is that, we support all the left-wing candidates that you want to bring on and that Howie wants to bring on, and we get some numbers on the board. Nancy goes, and we have a radical left in the House of Representatives that sets the stage for 2024. You have to believe in the future. If you believe that the planet is doomed, or that COVID is whatever, you're wrong. You're wrong. The planet is not doomed. We are, but the planet is not doomed. And
planet's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Planet's going to be fine.
I think Carlin. I think George Carlin said that. So I want to. I apologize. But we're, even with climate change being catastrophic, we're going to have to keep moving forward. That's what we do. And we have to make sure that we write the future, not Elon Musk. And get angry and know who the enemies are and fight for the candidates who are not corporate owned. I
think that there are, and what's really great is that there are candidates who's looked at, maybe you could say the squad did what they thought might work. Fine, try it. It didn't work. We've got candidates that are willing to beef them, give them a little bit more spine and willing to take on leadership. If the Dems lose in the midterms, unless we go to war with the Ruskies, I think they'd lose anyway. There's a chance for progressives to be challenging Biden, Harris, Buttigieg, whoever.
Right, and I think that they're going to be worse than Bernie. If it's my kids, if the leftists coming up, if they could find...
If it's people like me, they're going to beg for Bernie Sanders to win. By the way.
Hey, quick question. We have to wrap it up.
Sure.
Quick question. As Parks Commissioner, if Aurora, Illinois said, you know what, we're going to take a building and we're going to create a free kitchen around the clock that serves coffee and feeds anybody, no questions asked. You can come in, it's free around the clock. And it's not, if you look at rahima.org, you look at Professor Adnan Hussein's parents' food pantry, $5. You can make a bean lentil soup with vegetables and rice. $5 can feed a lot of people. What would happen if you set up, who would try to stop you, McDonald? If the city starts feeding people, say, you know what, no questions asked. And it's nice. And we're going to have musicians and artists and we're going to pay them. And there's going to be free food. Nobody's going to go hungry in Aurora, Illinois. What would happen? Who would fight that?
I think that at this point, nobody. I mean, people are still stunned that the mayor of our town, who they thought was a Democrat, was a Republican. And now it's like everybody's kind of looking at stuff that he's done and deals he's made and went oh, wait a minute, this guy. So I think that idea, I actually floated that idea or something like that to the Park District. I had several asks, and I actually got some of those asks. So,
who would make an argument? Who would make an argument?
No one
against that. It's not fair. It's not fair to whom? Restaurants that are all going under. It's not fair to McDonald's. It's not. Who isn't it fair to if government money is spent to hire chefs? A Keynesian approach to creating jobs, and these jobs are to make sure that nobody in Aurora, Illinois is ever hungry, or nobody in Aurora, Illinois has to, you know what, I don't want to cook. I'm rich. I don't want to cook. The food is free. I'm going down to, I pay taxes. I'm going to go get a free meal. I'll meet you down. Just, I'm a multi-billionaire living in Aurora, Illinois. I pay enough taxes. I'm going to go eat down at the community center. Who would be against free food for everybody with no stigma, where you encourage rich people to eat down there? So that
we were thinking of something set up for the Hesed House, which is where the homeless live. But now I'm thinking that's probably a way better idea. Just where anybody can get food. Why not? The amount of food that's wasted that grocery stores have to throw out, that restaurants
I'm
have to
talking about
throw
a place, a free restaurant where people sit and there's a community. And we pay people to sing and do comedy and read poetry, and your art. Move your head for 1 second, please. Your art, the government buys your paintings and hangs them on the walls. And who would be against that? This makes me enraged, because Henry Huckabee says, the left hates organized religion, but the Catholic Church feeds people.
Yeah, as does Hezbollah.
Yes.
So that's a very good point. And in fact, that's what the churches haven't been doing much. Now, of course, the last 2 years has been life in the era of cholera around here. So, that's everywhere else, COVID. But my God, why not do that?
And why is it hard to do it? Who would stop you? Who would go on record? I'm not talking about fancy food. You want fancy food? You go like in New York, huh?
Go to a restaurant.
Go to a restaurant. Go to Zabar's or wherever. Talking about like what Rahima.org, RAHIMA.org, what they provide. Food that not only can you live on, you'll live longer on. Are you a vegan?
Yeah. I don't even want to call myself a vegan because that's trendy. I was just going to say I believe in a plant-based diet.
Oh, that's better than, I just say I'm morally superior. I have a morally superior diet, and I stand in judgment of people who don't eat the way I do. That's the difference. You're a politician. I'm not.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. So. Thank you. Let's continue this conversation about setting up 24-hour restaurants. Well, my God, Professor Mike Steinel joins us, and I've seen that picture before.
Hello, David.
Dana Gould. Dana Gould sent that to me 10 years ago.
Okay, tell the people who are listening on the pod. I'm showing on my background the famous picture of Jack Ruby shooting Lee Harvey Oswald, and somebody very cleverly has turned it into Oswald's leaning back. We've got a microphone stand, and Ruby, instead of a gun, has a Stratocaster. And the sheriff, actually that sheriff, lived here in town and
really
died recently. Yeah, and he used to talk about this day. But anyway, I showed this photograph to a student when I first saw it. My teaching assistant was in the room. Somebody sent this, and I said, "Oh, look at this. This is funny." And he comes over and goes, "What band is that?" It didn't even register. I said, "That's not a band. That's Oswald getting shot by Ruby." He goes, "Oh, never seen that before."
It's so good. Anyway. It's been around for years. So the guy in the 10-gallon hat who was ushering escorting Oswald out of the jail to another jail, the prison transfer. What did he say about it? What did he say?
He never said anything. He didn't say anything, like that was conspiratorially. But you wonder why they. You remember that? It's first of all, I've been going down rabbit holes because of your show, and we're going to get to Meatloaf in a minute. But anyway,
okay,
you were very funny on Sam Cedar. If you haven't heard the show on Friday with David Feldman on Sam Cedar Majority Report. In Morning from Meatloaf, you got to listen to it.
Yeah, I did a little of it on this show.
Today?
Yeah, I
didn't catch. I haven't been. I've been snowed under, man.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Sam's shows the Majority Report is so great, and so we can talk about Meatloaf if you'd like.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. But anyway, you mentioned last week. Kitty Carlisle came up and
Dorothy Kilgallen.
And Dorothy Kilgallen. I have a song I'm going to do live called Who Killed Dorothy Kilgallen? So I've been spending far too much time online reading about the death of Dorothy Kilgallen and all the stuff she was about ready to.
Do you know that Arlene Francis?
Arlene Francis, yes, she was on What's My Life. Was that her replacement? No.
Arlene Francis killed 2 people, I believe.
Accidentally?
She had a air conditioner in New York. By the way, if you want to grow an audience, the key to growing an audience is discussing
Kitty
Carlisle, Dorothy Kilgallen, and Arlene Francis. This is how you get an international audience. Arlene Francis, I believe, very sweet woman, as I understand. However, she,
killed somebody, huh?
I think 2 people. I think one there was an air conditioner that was attached to the window, and I'm surprised this doesn't happen every day on the hour.
I agree. In New York, those big buildings with air conditioners, old ones, yeah.
So it fell out of her apartment and landed on somebody. The cleaning lady took the rap on that one. But there was also a head-on collision, I believe. Either her husband or Arlene late at night. I believe, maybe I'm thinking of Jackson Pollock. But I always confuse Arlene Francis with Jackson Pollock. This is how you lose. This is so Dorothy Kilgallen, gossip columnist, died under mysterious circumstances. In the 60s, she had just done an interview with Jack Rubenstein, owner of the Carousel Club.
Right.
Who killed in plain sight Lee Harvey Oswald. They knew who Jack Ruby was. They kind of let him into the garage that morning. He shouldn't have been allowed in there.
Well, here's the thing. I think it was set up so that everybody could see the killing. If Oswald had been killed in his cell, that would have raised a lot of eyebrows. Yeah. But you're too young
Jeffrey
to remember.
Epstein, like Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Like we got to the bottom of that.
You're too, yeah, we did, certainly. We were sitting, that happened on the Sunday after the Friday of the assassination. Right. And my family, am I too loud or too soft or whatever? Am I good?
I'm not going to silence anybody who's talking about what you're go ahead.
But anyway, we were sitting there at my grandparents' house and watching, I think the football game was on. My granddad liked to keep it on while we ate. And there, I think it was anyway, they broke in and they said, they're moving the assassin from this jail to this jail. And then I think we saw that live on TV. If not live, we saw somebody was there to video the whole thing. You know, the TV cameras were there.
Ike Pappas from CBS News, I believe.
Yeah, and I bought Russ Baker's book. Oh my God, I'm in the David Feldman. You had him on a couple weeks ago.
The best.
Family of Secrets about the Bushes, and the whole thing of where Poppy Bush was on the day of the assassination. He was in. This gets so intricate, but he was in Dallas the night before for sure, and maybe the morning of.
As was Richard Nixon.
He was in Dallas. Wow.
He left like the night before. Everybody everybody was there. It was a convention of people who wanted Kennedy dead. It said, welcome. The hotel said, welcome Kennedy haters.
Well, Dorothy had also she wrote about Marilyn Monroe and Jack and Robert Kennedy. And 48 hours after that story came out, she just alluded that there might have been something there. Bobby visited Marilyn on the day she died, and she died 48 hours after that story came out. And then, of course, she went after old Blue Eyes, and she tried to reveal some things about the plots to kill Castro. But anyway,
so
you want
to
hear my song about it?
Well, yeah, in a second, please.
Okay.
But as I understand it, Marilyn died in 1962, and Marilyn died.
Yes.
And she was sleeping, as my understanding is she was sleeping with Jack Kennedy, and then Bobby, the brother, carried on with her, was very worried about her, and then she was keeping a diary. This is what I've read. This is conjecture that is probably true. She was threatening to go public with the romance. She was keeping a diary. Bobby visited her in Los Angeles to try to calm her down, and then they calmed her down. They gave her that seems to be the
I read that in order for the amount of barbiturates to be in her stomach, she had to have taken 50 caplets of the sleeping pill that she used, and there was nothing in her stomach. None of the coatings of the pills were still in her stomach, and her colon was bruised. And it was, one writer thinks that it was common that the mob would do stuff like that. They injected her with, they gave her an enema of barbiturates.
That's what I was told to do. But I'm being serious. My father's best friend, I'm not making this up.
Okay.
My father's best friend was a gynecologist who did abortions when they weren't legal. And he once told me when I was, 12 or 13, if you want to kill yourself, shove it up your ass. And I said, what? He says, take a handful of barbiturates, David, and just shove them up your ass. And I
Now, why was this man giving a 12-year-old advice on how to commit suicide?
Because he wanted to make my father laugh, and it made my father laugh really hard. I'm telling you the God's honest truth.
I believe you.
That my father thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
It is kind of humorous.
This doctor telling a young prepubescent boy how to... So, yeah, that was... Yeah. By the way...
Yes.
I shouldn't tell people that. I just spread some...
yeah, if you need help, call.
Yeah, call. That was not right for me to...
Hey, before we get into the Dorothy King, I watched way too much football, and then this weekend I finally got the page proofs for my new novel.
I'm sorry, I just can't believe that my father was laughing.
Well, we just laughed at it.
Who would tell
it's kind of
a 12-year-old kid?
I think you were raised in a sick family.
Yeah.
Explains a lot, David.
Yeah, it sure does.
Explains a lot.
Wow. Go ahead. I'm
But,
sorry. I didn't give you a
anyway,
proper
there was a game
introduction.
for the ages last night, and my team, Kansas City, yeah, I'm from Kansas City, even though they're in Missouri, we still claim them.
Right.
Kansas City Chiefs. The two teams scored 25 points in 1 minute and 58 seconds in the fourth quarter, and then Kansas City went. Let me see. The Bills tied it up. Kansas City came back in overtime, and in 38 seconds, I think they scored.
So that's good football.
It was great football.
Now,
It
when
was-
you look at all these football players, ex-football players, with CET problems, getting arrested every day.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
there's
a terrible sport, but it's just like I grew up. That was kind of the only sport that we watched religiously. Not religiously, but I watched those games. I remember being very into football, even though I could never play it. I was way too small. I went out. I played in junior high. I was a safety, David. I was half as tall.
You played football?
Yeah, in junior high. I lived in a small community. If you didn't go out for football, you were a wuss. You were ostracized. A lot of pressure.
But you are a wuss.
I am a wuss, and I'm proud of it. But anyway, they put me in a game when we were way ahead. I mean, I had pants that, how the pants are supposed to go to your knees and you got knee pads. Mine went halfway down my ankles. I was so small, nothing fit.
Right.
I wish I had pictures. I do have pictures of me on the basketball team, and with those shirts with the open things, and they're down to my waist, the armholes, nothing fit. But anyway, they put me in. We were way ahead, and I was safety, and all I did was sit in the back there and go, "Don't come this way. Don't come this way. Oh God, please don't come this way." One play, they went the other way, and I went, whew, and then the game was over. But I did get to play.
I wasn't allowed to play football, I wasn't allowed to play. Was it Pop Warner? Well, not Pop. What was the football?
We didn't have little league football. We had actually middle school football starting in 7th grade.
I wasn't
and 8th
allowed
grade.
to play tackle football.
Yeah. You should. I don't think anybody should be allowed to. It is so brutal. I mean, guys are getting hurt right and left in that game yesterday, and they just go on, just haul them off. Yeah.
It's not good. It's not. Causes more damage than boxing, turns out, to the brain.
Well, I don't know. It depends on how hard how often you get hit, and what position you play. Those guys in the line, they're just banging it every play. It's brutal. And really the plays where most people get hurt is when they're going full steam. I remember one coach said when he sensed that we were kind of like wussing out on tackles, he said, "When I was a player, if I was giving it all my all and going full steam, it never hurt. It never hurt." I got news for him. It hurts just as much when you're going full steam.
Cenk Uygur played football, and he loved it. I asked him about this, and he said, "No, it felt great." And hit you, like you get out there, and there's like getting hit and hitting somebody. It's all adrenaline and endorphins and pain.
Yeah, for some people, it's a very pleasant experience. It's like they get like you say, they get like a hormonal rush from it.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, endorphins is like morphine but it's the morphine your body makes. So when you
was Flipper an endorphin? Was Flipper
he was an
endorphin?
A porpoise.
He was a porpoise.
Yes. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, here's a song for you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Dorothy Kilgallen.
No, but I even got another one. I got some stuff done today. Let me see. A 7 and 8 hour show. Whoops. A 7 and 8 hour show every week. 2 times or more. You always talk in front for at least an hour or more. Osiris doesn't show. You can always stretch it on. I don't have the chords right. A 7 and 8 hour show. See if we get dinged on that one.
I liked it without the wall of sound. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I have no wall.
Yeah,
I have no wall. You want to hear Who Killed Dorothy Kilgallen? And then I sent a little one from the archive.
It's already racked up.
I listened to it. I like it. And I like you, David.
This is Who Killed Dorothy Kilgallen.
Okay. I got to put I'm using the loop, so I do a little harmonic in the front. Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? I've been thinking about this all day. It might have been the CIA. Ruby may have spilled the information about the Kennedy assassination. Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? She wrote about the Kennedys and Marilyn Monroe. Some people thought it was a blow too low. Bobby went to visit on the day she died. I guess some people had a lot to hide. Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? You know she went after old Blue Eyes. He said her article was full of lies. Frankie did everything his way. Maybe the mob had a debt to pay. Who killed Dorothy Kilgallen? I gave myself a cramp. Oh.
That is so great. That is can we I want to start the show with Who Killed Dorothy Kilgallen. That is so great.
Hey, you got your effects back, I see.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because it's not working the way. What about a song about Ginger Rogers' mother too?
I caught a little bit of that. Now, can I tell you something? You've used a term, and I don't understand where it comes from. A beard. I hadn't heard that term before. Beard.
Oh, okay.
What is it exactly?
I was gonna. I can't. If all right. So if you were somebody else,
yes,
I would. And if it were 10 years ago, ask me the question again.
So what is this thing, the beard? What is that about? What's the beard?
If it were, I can't bring myself to say your wife. If it were 10 years ago and it was a different person, I'm not going to say your wife.
So it's
Ginger Rogers' mother was a beard.
Like for hire?
She dated J. Edgar Hoover, so nobody would know that J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dressing, self-hating, closeted homosexual. That's what a beard is.
Okay. All right.
And
where does it come from?
I don't know.
Beard. is something you put on to assume a masculine sort of effect?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll find out for next week.
I never heard that term until you used it. You use a lot of big words
Like beard.
Like,
That's beard.
like
is a big
beard.
word.
That's not very big, but I mean, sclerotic. I learned that from you. And what else?
Why don't we do Why don't we do a song?
I love this. I love ideas. Give it to me.
Like a Gershwin style top hat, Fred Astaire number about Ginger Rogers' mother being a horrible human being and how bad a person Ginger Rogers was because she was a red baiter. Bad person. Unless you like people who baited the Reds.
Maybe something like, I'm just a beard for love. Like
Well,
pig for love and a beard for love.
Now, here's the thing about Ginger. She was not a ginger, right? She was a bleach blonde. She was a red baiting ginger. She was she was a self-hating ginger. She was
I
anti-red.
don't know.
You're not interested in blowing the lid off.
She did everything Fred Astaire did except backwards and in heels. That's what she always said.
Right.
So you got to admire that.
Well, J. Edgar Hoover and Clyde Tolson did everything Ginger Rogers did backwards and in heel. You know who Clyde Tolson was?
Yeah, that was his companion,
his lover, Clyde.
Yeah, and
Tolson.
they shared every meal,
and more than that.
Yeah.
Do you know Jim Earl? We used to do a sitcom on this show. This was had to be 10 years ago. And it was based on the relationship between J. Edgar Hoover and Clyde Tolson. We lived together, we worked together, we slept together, but we were not gay. That was the whole premise of the sitcom that we did with Eddie Pepitone. And whenever we wrote the scripts, it was always based on Clyde Tolson and J. Edgar Hoover. Everybody should know who Clyde Tolson is.
Oh man, J. Edgar Hoover.
Everybody.
Wow.
Bad guy. Bad
Yeah.
guy. His name is still on the building.
You know what? I've been reading that Family of Secrets about the Bushes and about everybody else, Dulles, and about Nixon and about the Kennedys, and it's a lot of bad guys. It's really depressing in a way, you know.
Dulles did not believe in democracy. They literally are on record saying, Dulles said, not everybody should vote. We don't want everybody voting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing.
Mike Steinell.com. You are, before we'll play your song, but I never give you a proper introduction. Mike Steinell is a jazz trumpeter, composer, and educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 87 to 2019, author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes, and Go By Song and Dance, the Mike Steinell Quintet featuring Rosanna Eckert. It's on Origin Records. Go to MikeSteinell.com to find out how to buy all his stuff and see him perform. Are you performing live anywhere?
I wish. Yeah, it's going to be hard. We've got a lot of things we have to be very careful with in our household. My mother-in-law lives with us, and she's 99.
Right.
And she's doing great. She's so healthy, but she does have some issues, you know, and then we're just really careful right now. So anyway, her name is Nadine, and she's amazing. Yeah. Hey, you know who else went to North Texas, University of North Texas?
Who?
Meatloaf.
Oh, my God. Meatloaf went. Did you know Meat?
No, I do.
Did the loaf ever come back?
No,
and visit?
I don't think so. He went one semester, I think, he went to a junior college for a while and played football for them. Imagine that. And then he went to North Texas. I don't know what he majored in, but he didn't go for long.
Obviously not science.
No. I did meet his publisher, though. Let me see. What's the guy's name? Oh, I'm going to forget this person's name. He lives in...
Roast biscuit.
What's that?
Roast brisket.
That's good. That's good.
No, it isn't.
You know why they called him Meat? His father named him Meat in the hospital because he was so red. He came out and he stayed red for about 7 days. And his father, mean father, I think, alcoholic, mean father. And he wanted the nurses, he encouraged the nurses to call this little baby Meat. And then a coach, so he was Meat growing up, Meat. And then a coach called him Meat Loaf at some point, and that stuck. But,
so he was born red.
Yeah, he was a...
Well, there's an old saying in a maternity ward, better red than blue. Better red than blue.
That's right. I didn't know where you were going with that. But anyway...
Listen, Bat out of hell, all he needed to do was keep his science and his politics to himself.
Amen. I believe that. He was a powerful singer, though. I tell you what.
Yeah.
Amazing. He put it all to work there. That's for sure.
And what would compel somebody who's so talented as an actor and a singer to have to tell us what he thought about COVID, vaccines, and masks? He didn't have to volunteer that stuff.
Hubris.
Yeah.
Hubris.
And it gets people into trouble. People die because people, Bill Maher has to talk about vaccines and masks when Bill should just, well, I guess I'll be careful what I say. But yeah, it's too bad.
Yep.
Because
you want to play the little song I sent to you?
Yeah.
I like this one. It's very short. It's about a minute and a half, but I think this could be a theme song from time to time.
It is my theme song. And I like this. And we need to play. This is my one of 100 theme songs written and performed by Professor Mike Steinel.
He's groovy, like a movie that you watched one time when you were kinda high. But now you can remember exactly why you liked it, but you did. He's charming, it's alarming how charming he is when he's farming. And just like that movie that we watched when we were stoned, we like him, and we don't know why. He's gregarious, he's hilarious, and most of his head is hairyless. And like the mean girl from school who treated you cruel, you like him and you don't know why. You like him and you don't know why. You like him and you don't know why.
That is so great. And it's so great. It's so great. Thank you. Thank you. I haven't heard that. And I am having I need a new computer. I don't want to go into details, but there's some issues. I have to just get a new computer because there is stuff on a hard drive that I can't access because I'm doing this entire project on one computer. That is so great. Mike Steinel, Professor Mike Steinel.
We like you, David.
Thank you. Before you go,
and we don't know why.
Before you go, I'm going to take a liberty with Robert Smigel. I'm rolling the dice here. Robert, the greatest comedy writer in the history of television, Robert Smigel. I don't know if I have permission to show this. So if we get into trouble, this was my idea, but it was really Smigel's. I'm doing this for that, but since you're showing me the Photoshop of Lee Harvey Oswald, this may or may not have been sent to me by Robert Smigel, who made this.
Betty beats Trump.
Betty White turns. It's Harry Truman holding up a headline that says Betty White turns 100. There's an actual. I don't know if I have permission to show this. Robert Smigel came up with this, and there's an actual People magazine that came out that says Betty White
really
turns 100, and the caption is Harry Truman is such a bitch. The problem, I don't know. Robert Smigel made that. I don't know if I have permission to show that. So if I don't have permission, then I made it. But Robert Smigel. Now, who would get that? How many people get that?
Well, I guess you have to know about Truman and Dewey.
Right.
You know?
You have to know that Dewey, that when Harry Truman was running for re-election in 1948, Thomas Dewey was expected to beat him, and they went ahead and printed a banner headline that reads, Dewey beats Truman, and the next day there's this iconic photograph of Harry Truman holding up the newspaper, the headline, Dewey beats Truman, and People magazine, anticipating Betty White to make it to her birthday, what was it, last week, had a cover story, Betty White turns 100. It was on all the, if you go to the grocery, you can see it. And
it got out? It was on the stands?
And then,
oh my God.
And Robert Smigel may or may not have decided to make this Photoshop, which made me laugh so hard.
Dewey got beat, but he went on to a great career. He invented the Dewey Decimal System.
Yes, he did.
He did not.
I know. It's a different Dewey. Dewey couldn't get. He had like a pencil thin mustache. And that's why they say he lost, because he
needed a beard.
He needed a beard. Wait a second. Was Dewey? Let me just kill time here for a second.
Okay.
Plug your gigs. Sing Who Killed.
I have no gigs. Okay. Very exciting. Yesterday, the page proofs arrived for my novel, Saving Charlie Parker.
Right.
So it's close to getting done. But I spent my eyes hurt from looking at a screen. I spent all day proofing and then redoing the audio book that will be for that. I got to get some help. I don't know how. I woke up today at 4:30 thinking, how am I going to market this thing? How am I going to, I don't care about making a whole bunch of money. I like what you said about we don't go into this for money, but I would like for it, I'd put a lot of work in. You want things to have some exposure. So I still have struck out with publicists, but I'm still trying. If anybody's out there wants to take on a retired jazz professor as a client, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Yes. I agree with you 100%.
You weren't listening.
I was trying to find out about Thomas Dewey.
Now, Thomas Dewey, there's different Deweys. The Dewey that...
Louis,
Huey, and Dewey. I used to have my students in pedagogy read about Dewey, who wrote... let me see. Education as Experience. Very, very important guy in American education. I used to tell students, did you ever make a volcano in science class? Did you ever go to the zoo? No. His whole thing was you learn things by experiencing them, not by reading about them. And we kind of lose track of that. But he was not the same as the Dewey, the politician, and not the same as Dewey, the Dewey Decimal guy.
And wasn't there an Admiral Dewey?
Yes, I think there was.
Like from the Spanish-American
War? Yeah, might have been.
I think.
We're just grasping at straws here. Out there, somebody knows, but...
I could look it up, but I'm not going to.
No, I don't think you need to. It's trivial. I'll tell you, my favorite band is going to be the Oswald Ruby duo. That looks pretty cool there.
Yeah, yes.
He's wailing, man.
I love
He's wailing.
Who Killed Dorothy Kill. That's perfect for this show.
I'll flesh it out. I'll flesh it out a little bit. And I'm sorry she had bad things to say about your man, Sinatra. She did not like Frank Sinatra.
A lot of people didn't.
And he was mean to her.
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
I bet he called her a broad.
No, he called her something. He commented on her looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a man. Not the nicest guy, but great artist.
He was. He was. Yeah.
David, I better sign off here.
Sign off. Professor Mike Steinel. That is our show. Thank you, sir. Professor Mike Steinel. Go to MikeSteinel.com for more information. I want to thank all our guests. Dan is not here, so we're not going to do Community Billboard. I would like to thank Gina Huckamaki, and I'd like to thank Howie Klein, as well as David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein, Peter B. Collins, Professor Marianne Cummings, and, of course, the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel. Don't forget, we do office hours every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. Go to my website to sign up. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website. While you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. Subscribe to this show wherever you get your podcast. We also have a YouTube channel, so please subscribe to that. I was going to play an interview that Henry Huckamaki did, but I can't play it. I need a new computer. Let me just see. Let me just try something. Let me see if I restart something. If this works. I doubt it. I may freeze. I may kill the show. And that won't be the first time. Let me see if I can do something here. I'm seeing the beach ball. Let me see. Yeah, can't be done. Okay, F me. F me and F you Apple. F you Apple. I can't do it. I have a relatively new computer, and now the whole thing is just... Hang on, let me just try it one more time. Here we go. Here we go. No. 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 All right, can't do it. I thought I could play Henry Huckamaki. I would have to shut my entire computer down, and we can't do that. I'm trying to run software that won't work, so I can't do it. Okay. Not going to be angry. Just adding to my enemies list. Tim Cook, you're now on my enemies list. Tim Cook from Apple. You made my enemies list tonight. I have a relatively new computer, and now I may have to buy a new one. That's our show. Remember to stay strong, and oh, come on. You can do this, Feldman. Remember to stay strong, and no. No, that's not what I wanted to play. Remember to stay strong and boycott be a good citizen by being a discerning consumer. Don't buy things you don't need. You want to be a good citizen? Watch what you buy. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
He's groovy, like a movie that you watched one time when you were kinda high. But now you can remember exactly why you liked it, but you did. He's charming, it's alarming how charming he is when he's farming. And just like that movie that we watched when we were stoned, we like him, and we don't know why. He's gregarious, he's hilarious, and most of his head is hairyless. And like the mean girl from school who treated you cruel, you like him and you don't know why. You like him and you don't know why. You like him and